mine got minutes, so don't feel bad.
Oh, yeah, that's the stuff you gave
Mine
me.
too, oh. Final push through the Tuesday night, got it.
Well, I have my non-Catholic.
Yeah, my Dr. Pepper.
What do you know, Mark?
There you go, that's the spirit.
That BLM letter, did you get one? BLM letter?
I live too far away.
You'll tell me to sign it.
I feel ya.
No, I don't haul the street, 300 yards.
Oh my God.
Blocking is about it. Blocking is 300 feet.
I'm not sure, didn't they, they tried to build west of themselves? East of themselves.
I can't wait to find out.
I need to find that.
Oh, I disregarded everyone in the building.
I don't.
The lady they
And
called
yelled,
east.
hello.
I would have gone right past the people meeting, nothing
And
happened.
he was the long-haired one, because you're like 8 weeks old.
So you're.
Got one here that's kind of
Is it
standing
drunk?
a little bit, and then the other one is so down.
Yeah.
Oh, it's adorable.
Oh, the 22 one.
Mhm.
Everybody ready to go?
Right, did you get it?
Call this, work session to order, it's, 6:07, and, the first thing we're gonna discuss is the, fire civil service rules, so I will turn the floor over to.
That's me.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, the fire chief's here today, which is great. So what I wanted to do is just kind of go through a little bit, of the process that we went through in, the revision of the fire civil service rules, and then kind of go through the, process for adopting those rules. So we'll kind of step through that, and this will be quick, and then I'll turn the time over to, Ariel and Blaine for the next section. So we began, back in December of 2020, the Fire Commission, Civil Service Commission got together and decided that they needed to start, doing a revision on the Fire Civil Service rules. Had gone through, some things that had brought to light some needs for changes, in that document. So they went through and they started meeting and started talking about, some of the things that needed to be updated, and correlating that with, state statutes. They had their first workshop actually scheduled for May 13th of 2021. Prior to that, they actually had Blaine and, sorry.
You're doing a great job.
Okay.
Keep
They had, our fire chief and battalion chief meet with, the individuals in the fire department, had them, kind of opened up the floor to them to give suggestions. The Fire Civil Service, Commission is tasked with, developing the rules and updating the rules. And so they petitioned to the fire department staff, to, put any suggestions that they had of changes that they wanted. And they gave those through writing, through Alan and, Lane. And, then they sat down and started going through line by line, actually, and through the state statute and matching the two and making sure that they were, all correlating. Last November, they completed that process. And then we went from there, turned it over to the, attorney, actually it was August, it was even before that. They turned it over to the attorney's office, and contracted out, with Brad Cave from Holland and Hart. He has a wonderful expertise in civil service rules, and how those should be. And so they turned it over to him to go through his review. He got that back to us, the first week in, I gotta speak louder. Okay, he got that back to us, in January of this year, with those revisions. He and Alan and I have met together. He went through and discussed some of the things that he updated and that he wanted to see, flow better. And then I took that document, got that final document, and turned that over to, the commission once again to look at. It's also the same document that is on Board Docs, and so you have that document also, for you to look at too. And in that conversation, we, discussed, state statutes, which you also should have a copy of too. So this is state statute 15-5-119. And it says, the commission, together with a committee of 3 designated by the mayor from the governing body, shall adopt, and the commission shall enforce all rules and regulations necessary, for the government of their proceedings. So, with that information, we just want to, kind of present this information to you, so you have the document, how it stands, I've gone through by the attorney. And we just wanted to kind of turn that over to you to look at. And I talked to the mayor, last week, and he, because of the state statute, he is to appoint 3 individuals from your board. And so he wanted to have me present this to you, talk to you, and then if there's, any of you that are interested, I would say get with the mayor. We will have on, the agenda on February 1st, the next regular meeting, where he will appoint 3 individuals to be a part of that. So I would ask if any of you are really interested in being a part of that committee, to adopt these rules, get with the mayor, correct?
Just to clarify something, to me in the past, I would find 3 people. All right?
And that's how it was done in the past. However, with the review of the statute, we found that we were doing it incorrectly. That it's supposed to be done by the 3 commissioners and 3 members of the body, governing body, and they get together and adopt at that point, rather than coming to the whole council together.
For the
Does that make sense?
appointment, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the appointment of, commission. To me, that the mayor would select 3 people somewhere, me or somebody, and it would have to be okay through the council.
And yes, the commission is definitely approved through the council.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
okay, I just
Yeah.
want to see if we're still following that.
Yes, and they have been, actually, who was the last one? Our last meeting, Mark Pappenheim was, approved by the council to be part of that commission.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Weisenberg?
What kind of dates are we looking at here, and what times are they for these meetings?
That can be something that we can be arranged, depending on your schedule, whoever is appointed onto that commission. In the past, we've met at 4 o'clock usually, but like I said, that doesn't have to necessarily, it would be whatever the commission members and the members of the governing body, that 6-person team would meet. We would work.
Roughly what kind of time commitment do you think, these applicants will be looking at, I think is
Okay.
kind of what Chris is asking.
Like I said, we have gone through a lot of the process. I mean, it is to the point of, I would say, final draft. So I wouldn't think it would be much of a commitment. It would really depend on what, the commission is in support of this already, and so the commission members, so it would be whatever the governing body would have questions with. And so I wouldn't think it would be much of a commitment, but it definitely is a large weight, if that makes sense.
How many pages is there?
It
Just curious.
is 39, 40, somewhere in there, yeah.
Email me. Whoever's interested, please email me. And we'll put your names in a hat and pull out some lucky winners.
Perfect, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Next.
That was very concise, very.
You?
All right, so I was asked to discuss,
describe the process they go through to get licensed with the city of Rowan. And, common issues residents run into with contractors, along with some processes the city has to enforce regulations and rules. So I went through and I typed up quite a bit for you guys to read, just I looked over that because it is quite a lot.
Yeah, so I mean, you can pull it up right now,
Yeah.
ma'am. Okay, just wanna make sure. That's all right. That's why, I just wanna make sure they have it. Cool. So I need to see it again.
Yeah.
That will just keep it.
Able to find it?
Oh, yes,
Alright.
thank you.
So generally, a contractor or person that is wishing to perform construction within the city require them to get licensed with us pursuant to. So we have a basic application for them to fill out, letting us know what type of work they're wanting. A contractors, Class B contractors, and Class C. And Class A contractors would be structural contractor, all of that stuff. Class B contractors are going to to residential structures. Class B is kind of our catch-all for contractors. They do basic interior remodels, stuff like that. But they all follow the same process. That is with their general liability insurance, $300,000. They also have to provide us with documented years and time for their ICC or other trades. Say they are. For our plumbing contractors, they have a time frame of work for apprentices. You work as an apprentice 4 years before you can, and then you have to work as a journeyman for 5 years. All that time, master has to oversee work that's done by a journeyman. That's where we run into a lot of issues, but, whatever that master plumber.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Isn't that part of the problem is that fuzzy line of overseeing, like, can you better define that term?
yeah, that, I don't know that it is quite a fuzzy line to oversee. I do think we do not have access to a lot of specialty trades. So people are stretched thin, got time to run back to whatever. I think that's kind of what it's like, well, I can run this time really fast, and that's kind of what we run into.
I see, I just, cause oversee means anything from standing right there watching every move they make to
Right, to going back.
walking in after they're done and saying, looks good to me.
Right, and, apprentices can't work without a journeyman on. Journeyman plumber has to be there working with the apprentice. But the master can come in on that job site and say, get the work and say yes. Ultimately falls on that master's. And the kind of same thing with electrical contractors, they are governed by the state of Wyoming. When they come in to get a contractor's license with us, they have to provide us with their state of Wyoming. They also do have to work a certain amount of time to those levels. And the same, apprentice cannot do anything without a journeyman advising them along with the journey.
What's the time limit that the electricians have to have their, is certified?
So I believe it's 4 years and 4 years for the journeyman and
One of the problems that I had somebody call me one time and they were apprentice and they were actually doing electrical work, under the supervision of the electrician. But there's something in there that says that they have to attend some classes and stuff. They would never give him the time to do it, so he wasn't able to get certified.
right,
So he ended up quitting and going to, I guess, I didn't know if there was a time, 4 years is a long time.
right, and there is also and it does have to be documented by the master electrician that,
They have control of how long this person, has to go before he gets to go up that next step.
not necessarily, like, he has to sign off on the hours, certain hours.
And that wasn't really the problem, he was actually working, he was actually physically working. Same time that he had to go to wherever he would go to Cheyenne.
Yeah.
I think when he went to Cheyenne, he was having to go to, Fort Collins to take these. So his boss would give him the time. For Rollins, they didn't do that. Upset about that, and so he ended up moving.
Right.
But I was just wondering what's the commission is in charge of this apprentice as to how fast he can go 3.5 years, and if they don't send him to that school, he can't get a license.
Right, and I'm not too sure on all of that aspect of it, but,
The timeframes you're talking about is
Yeah.
the minimum amount of time that they have to be in that position before they can actually move to the next. So, I mean, to be, yeah.
And that's regulated strictly by the state.
Yes, sir.
We have
And
nothing
that's, I
to
think,
do with that.
just to make sure that you understand, like I said, I certainly understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this guy could be in that position for 4 years, but if he never gets any of the certification, all of that stuff, doesn't make a difference anyway. He's still not authorized or certified to move up to a journeyman, yeah. And that, once again, I think that falls right underneath the person that directly is supervising. I think that, so.
I just wanted to know how that worked, if they.
Well, and that school was offered here at the higher ed, Harry Lovato taught it for years and years, and,
my brother got his.
yeah, and so it might be something, we as a city could approach the higher ed center and see if we can maybe get that program back.
Well, back
I
then,
sent an email a couple of weeks ago about that very thing.
well, back then, this guy actually, he did the work on an apartment. He actually physically did the work. He was overseen by his boss, who was the head of the department. But the problem was, he had to go to these classes so that he could start climbing up, and he didn't get any classes in because they let him off. They would let
That's a
him
boss problem.
Yeah, that's poor supervision as far as.
He ended up quitting. I just wonder, we don't have control over that.
which is unfortunate because I do feel like the trades are a dying field and have plumbers to call, plumbers roughly, electricians, they're the same way and it's that's something out to the higher ed or whatever.
That's probably the way to go. Even though plumbers is the same situation, they worked as plumbers, never became plumber because the master plumber wouldn't work with him so he could get his license, so he ended up quitting and he started a business here, a maintenance business. Just did, on people's homes.
Councilman Smith.
Okay.
At one point, we had a program through the Wyoming Association of Municipalities that were I'm gonna call it CLEs, the educational part that, plumbers and contractors, had to go through, and I don't think we did the electrical part of it, cause it was still. But we had a program where they actually let anybody wanted to come in and apply and then have the education part of that certified through the classes. And they would come over. Have a program?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that WAM is something that we, but I haven't heard of that. That would be beneficial.
To help out. Make it smoother for anyone who wants.
Right now, our higher ed center has a new, temporary, administrator, and, so it might be a really good time to approach those folks and talk to them about it. So that in their long-term plans, they can recognize that need.
And then furthermore, once all that information is by the office, it is reviewed by building official, which is are on the qualifications needed. We put them on periods of 6 months after doing this work, such as whatever, that you are pulling your quality of work staff. And, I also attached the municipal code 15.28, and it just is on like all the different out there and how many. So some of the common issues we have with contractors is the quality of work performed, doing work outside the scope of their contractors. And big one, homeowners not identifying on they're using else to do the, they fill out that building permit application. All the information is will fall back on said contractor when they itself doing the work. It's something our office is reviewing and ensuring that those, homeowners, when they're filling out that building permit, they know that when they sign that, they're attesting that they're doing the work. And then to address these issues, we have the Title 15.28090, and it does go through quite a process on how we can address issues with the first warning, that issue, like, to get a building permit, have a reasonable violation letter, then or to give them a second violation letter, which gives them thereon, if they don't do that, a third one, and back to the Board of Adjustment. But you've got to understand, when I say violation letters, they didn't pull a building permit, so that's considered one violation. They got a violation letter for a violation for this. So you gotta keep that in mind if you month violation.
It's not two, it's not,
Yeah.
it's a warning, it's two warnings.
So ultimately, I could go not pull a permit, there's one offense, I could go not get a, inspection on a roof, there's a second, no, it's a separate, so it's only one offense again.
If you look at that title, I did want to stress how it's kind of worded in there. I have it attached to your, so if you go to, page 33 of the Title 15, it walks you through all of what I'm explaining. It's really hard to follow, and as this, and we do the best we can. I know Lou and I have to follow through with this, and it's kind of good, if you would say, and very interesting. It would be on that before.
And those are our city rules.
Yes.
So, in reading those, and I know you're fairly new at this job, but you've been around it quite a bit, but, if there are things that we need to change, make it easier to understand or easier to enforce or a better system, I hope you know to bring that forward, because my goals anyway, and I'm sure everybody feels the same, is these rules that we make are made to be used by some contractors, but they have to be understood by the. Some of these things are so hard to understand, we can simplify that.
I'd like to know if the homeowner does, let's just say roofing, and they get the permit for themselves, and they're actually doing the work, and they have helpers that are not.
As long as they are on site doing it alongside friends or whatever, they. I know our code says with, but or try to do a re-roof all by your lonesome without. So, that's one of those things, like, it's a judgment call. I went there, that homeowner right alongside his buddies, like. After in his house, he's at work, that's not good. Let's see where. I also wanted to let you know, coming back and with new staff and everything, we have identified some, shortfalls in our processes, and we as a team, sat down and of these things that we could do better, and one of those things was obtaining the general liability insurance. This person's insured, Rollins is this, this is start date, the end date, and so we are requesting the information, what they're covered, because insurance, a lot of different things. Roofer, but his general roof owner doesn't help the, so we're ensuring that, they're covered for, like, that will help us out. Citizens come, file a complaint or liability insurance. So, you know, that's one thing that we do a few times.
Is, I had a license for a while when I was doing signs, and, it was very specific what my insurance wouldn't cover, and, but I had a contractor's license, so I'm talking about.
But that is pretty much all I had for you guys. I did attach a little short page that we're gonna hand out for citizens, no check with contractor license to make sure and everything, and it's just a little quick handout, why, and all the inspection process. You can attach.
That comes from the license.
Yeah, Ariel, I have, some business owners of, that contractors have asked this several times. I know when you're a contractor and electrician, a plumber, you know, and I'm sure it's because it's a professional, title per se, but they have to pay a fee to the city, I believe, right, per employee. But if you get a, contractor of just a Class A, B, or C contractor, they don't have to pay that fee to the city for their employees.
So
What's the reasoning?
You're talking about, when licensed plumbers and, so the reason there's an extra fee is we, that extra little, card stating license number. So this process, you know, and
But it's ultimately only because it's a professional having to do it, right? Because if I'm a carpenter, I don't have to get that.
there's,
Okay. Just wanted to answer so I can reply to the business owners that's asking this. They don't think it's fair, you know, I mean,
and I have run into that with electrical contractors. So requires them, but how are we as a out there doing this? Double dip on.
Where does a person fit if they're just wanting to repair something that's broken? Or type of thing? Basically a handyman, they have to have a class C.
Yeah, so we do have the different classifications of Class C, but we're also going to want that experience documentation too. You know, I just dealt with a gentleman that came in and wanted to just do handyman work, but he couldn't provide any documents of experience or anything. What happens is that handyman service turns out to be a lot more than just handyman. So, fix one ticket on a fence. So it's one of those things that once I get the application, I will call that individual in and have a meeting with them and outline specifically what they can do under.
So anyone that fixes something.
So like, as a friend coming in your home fixing it, or as
Yeah, it's a, it doesn't fix my. Oh, so I have like. Someone else like,
right,
but
but
he did it
either
as a business,
would
have to have.
You run a handyman business, you have to have.
or not like
I
us,
mean,
so
one
there's
that lived here all his life till he died, he never had a license.
who was that?
I ain't gonna tell you who it is, but he did a lot of work, he did a lot of work in this town, and he did a lot of work for business people and residential people, and excellent, everybody liked him, never had a license. Not here to, yeah, he's gone. I'm just
And
wondering, when did this start? Did you have a license?
so, as long as I know, it's been a handyman's license when you're welcoming someone in your home to do said repairs, even if it's just a simple sheetrock repair. What if you have issues?
I understand
You know what I
the
mean?
reason you would
But-
want a license, I understand. Maybe. They have everything, they do little carpentry work, doing a good job, he's been really good.
And I guess that's just something that we have to address with common sense.
And I understand that, I understand if they were doing. Yeah.
There's a question in the back.
Homeowners, if we start enforcing that, these people that have rentals are gonna be up at work without a paddle. I mean, it's hard enough to get a licensed electrician, a plumber, a sheetrock person.
I do understand all of that, but we also have to look at it as, from the contractor's view too, those people that went and took the time to get certified as electricians and plumbers, they went and got that experience and that knowledge needed to do the job correctly. I, as a homeowner myself, wouldn't want someone messing with my electrical if they didn't have the knowledge.
We get a handout then on what, handymen are supposed to be able to do. I mean, it's next to impossible to find a handyman. And then if we have to trace down whether they're licensed, to change a faucet on a sink, are they licensed to change a filter on a water filter? Are they licensed to pour a drain hose on a washing machine? Are they licensed to crawl under a mobile home and hook up a pipe? Are they licensed to pull weeds 6 inches from the fence? What does a handyman have to be able to do, and what do we have to do to prove if they can do this? This just seems ridiculous to me.
one of the things that we can do is go on in there and they actually take the statute with the definition, right? And that way, if we can obviously show the community, this is what it says, this is kind of the letter of the law, not necessarily, so it's not Ariel's, opinion of what's going on. I think that would help out a lot, because I do agree with her. I think there's a lot of play in that title, but when we do that, we'll get it out to, obviously, the city rounds. I think that'll help out a lot.
Right, and I
Yeah.
agree with that.
And if we can loosen our ordinances just a touch, because I got an 80-some-year-old man living next door to me, and I'm not gonna confess to anything, but if he did need help, I would go over and help him. And that sort of thing, and I'm not gonna go buy a contractor's license to, now, if you ask me to do electrical work, I'm not doing it. If you ask me to do plumbing work, I'm not doing it, but
Right, and I understand all of that, and if we could outline that better, I do think it would be beneficial. But if you make a career out of something, of you,
the problem is the need exceeds the ability to get these services. I know, I didn't do it myself in my house.
You call it 1 or 3 times, make it in over a month, who are you gonna call? We run into that this year. So, everybody that has a rental, they need to.
I think if it's, like I said, I think it is, if there's something we can look at procedural, that we can change, like you said, Mayor,
Loosen it
kind
up
of
just a
loosen it
little
up and
bit.
make it, yeah, obviously, hey, if you're in the business for 30 years and you're just underneath the title of handyman, but you're doing everything that a certified person does, like continuously, I would understand why there would be a situation for that. However, like you said, if I called you up and say, hey, I know you got some experience, can you come help me? That's basically, as far as I'm concerned, 2 friends.
Yeah,
So-
as long as you're there. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand the difference between a friend helping you
Sure,
and a friend doing it for you.
no, that's
There's a
right,
difference.
that's right, yes, sir, I agree.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I want people to know though, that you can do any repairs on your own home, right? Without having to be a contractor, you could do your own electrical, your own plumbing and everything else. It's just, you could build a house from ground up without being a contractor, right? As long as you're own. So even if a friend comes and helps you, and it's just a mutual agreement, there's nothing wrong with that, being done. There's nothing illegal about that. So if I was to go help you and I don't charge you, there's nothing wrong with me going to help you because I got
Right, I
experience.
think that's what
Yeah,
I
but
was trying to
even
say,
if they
too. I agree
charge
with
you-
that, yes.
I can hire a friend to help me, I did. I hired a guy to help me put in windows, which you don't even need a building permit for, because they can change the structure and
Yeah.
whatnot.
But if you're 80 and disabled, what do you do?
Yeah.
Well, the whole reasoning for damage or something,
If something goes
if you're
wrong.
not a licensed neighbor and you're over there firing this guy's house, catches on fire,
but I do agree that's something we can look into.
In the back of the room again.
Well, and I am now a widow, and so it isn't like my husband can get under the house when somebody needs to put a heat tape in, or that I can crawl in the box that insulates the abilities to come into a mobile home, or climb up on a roof and do things. Or it can be a handyman, and, it's like, I have been lined up, but there's no way to get certified. I mean, and get certified.
I don't know that it's certified, it's like experience in whatever field they want.
In other words, should keep a journal on if somebody prepared, heat tape for somebody, a journal of the things that he's done and the addresses. If somebody needs to check up and see if he does a decent job, get qualified.
I understand what you're saying, and I think that we discussed that we need to look at our ordinance and adjust it somehow. But as of right now, our ordinance is laid out in a manner that they either documented use of and or you do recommendation letters, and then I follow up with those recommendations. Only I make those phone calls and discuss that person that did whatever.
Well, maybe just working with higher ed and talking to them about a curriculum for a handyman. And get someone at higher ed to go through and say, tonight we're working on how to change light switches out.
Yeah, but you can't do that, you can't hire somebody to do electrical
No,
for you.
I
Usually
still
it's
want to
something-
turn there, but I mean.
I understand what you're saying, Sylvia, but there are certain things that are just absolutely, if you're gonna hire somebody to do electrical, they need to be
They need to be
electrician.
electric.
Same with a plumber,
I
but
spoke out of
it's a
turn
safety
there, but.
issue, but, you know, some of the light repairs, I understand what you're Nate, you had something?
I would just add that I love that we're talking about, one, loosening of the ordinances for user-friendly ultimately, and two, making it more transparent and clear as to what, I think those are great, steps toward an ultimate solution. But from an economic development stance, I will just, add my contribution to a solution and working with, higher ed and our businesses to help improve the workforce that we have here and those efforts. So Ariel, I want you to know that I'm your partner on that front. I think you have enough on your plate with ordinances and things, so, economic development, we'll take that on to really help with higher ed and workforce.
Do you guys have any other questions for me?
Zillion of them.
Well, you can call my office anytime.
Well, thank you so much for this, and I appreciate the open discussion, because this is it is a stumbling block for economic development. It's a problem for everybody, is there's questions of, you know, one of the things in Rawlins, and I'm just gonna say it, is a lot of the problems that we have, and have had, and will have, is because we try to overregulate everything. We take the, you know, the, international building codes and add to them, like we're smarter than the people that wrote them. And that stuff just aggravates me to no end. It causes a problem, it slows us down. So I don't wanna put anybody at risk by doing, you know, crazy things, but, there's just a lot of things we go overboard on, and I've lived here for most of my life, and that is always the problem, the overreach we try to do. Champagne taste, beer budget kind of things, and so I'm glad to approach these things, because we do need to fix them. So I've installed 30 doors in this town, and, most of them been in my buildings, but I've done some for other people, and I didn't document it, because that's what's called telling on yourself, and I didn't do that. And, yeah, it fits on everything else. All right, anything else? And we're gonna take a recess for about a half an hour. Awesome. Thank you so much, appreciate that.
Thank you, Ariel.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's probably.
Yeah, no, girls,
You can lean it on mine, I'm not much to lean it back. There you go. Just like. He's on my. Okay, now. You can look at everything without. I want you to, well, maybe, we'll see what comes out of tonight. We're
Yeah.
Is everybody ready? Sorry for the delay, we were having some technical problems up here, but, we'll start this meeting. I will call this meeting to order at 7:32, and, would you please join me for, or, wait a minute, excuse me? Pledge allegiance, sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Next thing on our agenda is the roll call, please.
Mayor Terry Wyckoff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells. Here. Councilmember Aaron Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Jabari Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith. Here. Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the January 18th, 2022 city council agenda as presented.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the January 18th, 2022 city council agenda as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Mayor, would you like to?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Boy, we're sure having computer problems.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, next thing on our, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes, by, Councilman Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of January 4th, 2022 as presented.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council regular minute meetings of January 4th, 2022 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Smith.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Next thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes of the special council meeting, Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the city council special meeting minutes of January sixth, 2022 as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council special meeting minutes of January sixth, 2022 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Councilmember?
Yes.
Thank you. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is citizens' participation. This is the time when the public can comment on anything that is not on the agenda, and, you'll be limited to 5 minutes. Sometimes when people come up for the citizens' participation, they start talking and we just sit here and stare at you. And I just want you to know something, that we are listening to you, but, a lot of times people come to us with problems that are very complex, and they've sat around and thought about them quite a bit, and they know all the ins and outs to them. And sometimes we don't respond because we want to have the chance to research the subject on our own. So if we don't respond to you, don't think that we're just, ignoring you or whatever. It's a matter of, us wanting to, do our own research and whatnot, and we'll probably get back a hold of you if it's a certain type of problem. So, is there anybody here that would like to come up during citizens' participation? You'll be given 5 minutes. Okay, come up and tell us who you are.
Thank you for the opportunity of having citizen participation. Sometimes that's the only way to communicate. By looking at the crowd here tonight, I don't want to waste anybody's time, so I'll try to move as fast as possible. The handout here, and I know it's unfair to drop paper in front of you with only minutes, so I'm not going to ask for much, so I'll summarize the front page. We have a project where 16 months ago, a buyer came to town and wanted to do an RV park in Rollins. And so we went to community development to see what the requirements were to do such a development. And we were headed into Title 16, which is manufactured homes. That's the enabling clause, that's the jurisdiction, but somebody has put some RV language in the end of it. So Danielle, doing a good job, said we gotta live by Title 16. The buyer took the project to another town. I met with the council here 16 months ago and said, what kind of relief can we get for something like this? And they said, well, we're sympathetic, but work with community development. Okay, I've been working with community development. This is 16 months later. We haven't even gone to planning commission yet. There's a lot of reasons. There's sickness and vacancy and vacations and staff changes and all of that. But I think we're gonna be bringing it back, and what I'm looking at is a couple weeks or a month to get it back here, then there may be variances, could be special use permits, 3 sessions with the planning commission, 3 readings to the city council, and we're going through a long time, and this is an ordinance that nobody has disagreed with. RVs don't belong in Title 16. Title 16 is manufactured homes, mobile home parks. So, what do? I ask you guys for a little sympathy, and the only thing I can say is, can we expedite the process? But I also suggest maybe ask your legal counsel to take a look at this, and are we in trouble if we find some way to expedite moving this thing forward because of the process that we're looking at? If this is development in Rollins, Wyoming, last subdivision I did took 2 years, the process has our hands tied so often. And, yeah, some of it we can't do anything about, it's legal and all that. 2 years, 16 months, I plead with you, give me some help. So that's my request is, if you can see fit, to at least have the attitude change that how do we expedite it legally? Not throw it back in the hopper and let it churn along for another year to see what comes out. I appreciate your time and your interest. Any questions? Got it?
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Going once? Going twice? All right, thank you. The next thing we will move to is, board appointments and presentations. And, we will start with the, 2021 Max Dutton Award. And, the presenter is, Sean Metcalf, who's sitting in for Sean tonight. Sean is ill, just so you all know.
Cody's sitting in, but I'm going to make these awards.
Okay, I'll let you guys tell me.
Hopefully that's okay. All right, we are going to start with, our Max Dutton Award. We have two awards, well, we have several awards tonight. So we did announce these two awards at our holiday party, for employees, but we wanted to, make them here also for the public to be able to see these wonderful people. So I'm going to invite, Paul Hardy up here, up to us, and I asked, for just a second.
nothing said about new topic.
Sorry. Sorry.
20-minute minimum.
So I'm just gonna read just a little bit about Paul and why he was nominated for this award and, how awesome he is, actually. Paul was selected as the 2021 Max Dutton Award recipient. Paul currently serves as an interim fire captain, senior engineer. He was nominated by Chief Schumacher, who stated, Paul sets an example for our firefighters to follow by exhibiting mentorship, accountability, and total dedication to his profession each day he enters the firehouse. Throughout this year, Paul has achieved Rollins Fire Department EMS Professional of the Year, Hazmat Technician Certificate, EMT Advanced, and currently leads the department in training hours with 247 hours for the year of 2021. One of the situations that Paul was instrumental in was arriving at a scene with a patient in full cardiac arrest. As the lead EMT, he established an airway, performed CPR, and flawlessly executed I can't even say that word. Defibrillation efforts. The individual was brought back to life and has since made a full recovery. And so we just want to say congratulations to Paul and award him with his plaque.
That cardiac arrest right here.
Yeah.
That wasn't just an
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again and congratulations. Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is the 2021 Supervisor of the Year Award.
Okay. So this is also me to talk about this one. This one went to Valita Rodabat. I apologize, she was unable to make it tonight, but we will get this to her, but I still want to recognize her, for this. She was selected as 2021 Supervisor of the Year, nominated by Rick Cooper for her work in building a fantastic dispatchers, at the Rollins Police Department. She was instrumental in the Rollins Dispatch Center being awarded Wyoming APC/NE&A Team of the Year for 2021. Rick stated that Valita was committed to building the best team possible, and they understand that anyone who calls and reaches out to our Emergency Communications Center are going to get professionals answering the call. Valita and her team have implemented emergency police dispatch, emergency fire dispatch protocols for emergency medical dispatch systems, RAVE Smart 911, text to 911 advancements, and backcountry SOS software. Congratulations to Valita. We'll be giving her this award, so you can see that, and we'll get that to her.
Congratulations, Valita, if you happen to be listening. Next thing on the agenda is, the 2021 Employee of the Fourth Quarter Award.
Right. So I'd like to invite, Mickey Otto up to come up here with us. So I'm kind of excited about this, I just have to say, I actually nominated Mickey for this award, and I did not choose her, so it was done outside of my realm. But I just wanted to, tell her how much I appreciate her. Some of the things in here, just that Mickey is amazing. So when the council discontinued the city attorney contract in September, Mickey's world changed immediately. She immediately stepped into ensuring that the department would continue in an effective and efficient manner. Within days, she began the juggling act of working with 3 new attorneys, from McPherson and Thompson, all with different needs, all with different things going on. She has navigated this with precision. She's getting everyone up to speed with everything from criminal investigations to water projects to litigation to bids and everything in between. One of the cool things that I get to be is she's up on the second floor with me, and often we have individuals from the public that come up there that are a little bit frustrated at times, and Mickey has this skill that is amazing. She's able to just listen to their concerns, talk to them, answer their questions, and everybody walks away happy. And it is amazing how she's able to do that. And I just want to tell her she's truly an example to me and to everyone around us. So I'd just like to give her, we have this for you, a nomination. Thank you. Thank you.
I promised her I would send her all.
Again, congratulations and thank you for doing such a great job. All right, next thing on our agenda is the, Carbon County Economic Development Board appointment. And, Vice Mayor Wells?
I move to appoint Nate Davidson as the City of Rollins representative of the Carbon County Economic Development Board.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Nate Davidson to the City of Rollins representative on the Carbon County Economic Development Board. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Nate, for applying for that. The next thing on our agenda is the, Board of, Council reports on the various boards that we have been appointed to, and we'll start with, Board of Adjustments, Councilman Durst.
We will have a meeting tomorrow night at 5:30.
All right, thank you. Next thing is, Carbon County Council of Governments, and that's my appointment, and we will have a meeting, tomorrow night at, 7 o'clock. So I have nothing new from the last meeting. The next, item is the DDA Main Street, and that is, Councilman Smith.
I'll be brief. We had a strategy meeting January 8th, and we had a full board there, and we had the city. And we had a lot of over all the projects that we want to finish, but we also had a lot of new ideas on how to provide, events and include more businesses in those events, and more buy-in from the business community. So those will be coming out along with, probably in the next 3 weeks. And document, exciting things.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the Rollins Planning Commission, and that is, Councilman Weisenberg's, board.
We, have a meeting on the 31st of January coming up, special meeting there. I just got the agenda for it, so I'm not too familiar with it, but I will bring up the, Title 19 stuff also at, planning and zoning, so we can get a move on that stuff. We've been sitting on it for a minute again.
Okay, thank you. The next thing is Urban Systems Committee, Councilman Garner.
No update, we have a meeting tomorrow at noon.
All right. So now, the next thing on the agenda is the presentation of the Community Builder Award and the Rollins Middle School for January 2022. Who's doing that? Okay.
Honorable Mayor, Council, could I ask any members of the volunteer committee to maybe come up and join me? Up here. Meeting is off to a great start tonight.
Nice to see a lot of people come to our meetings. More the better.
So the Community Builder Award, is kind of part of the strategic plan. One of the initiatives is to recognize volunteers. And so, in order to do so, we formed a volunteer committee. Some of those members are here, a few others are not able to make it this evening. But one of the first initiatives or projects, I guess, that we wanted to do is a Community Builder Award. In the coming months, you'll see some other things that we're, looking to do to recognize and train volunteers as well. But to start tonight, we are very excited to present the first, City of Rollins Community Builder Award to Rollins Middle School. So I'm gonna go through just a little bit of, things, like I'll start with the criteria. The Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city, and for other contributions significant to Rollins' quality of life. So we're excited to present the first one to the Rollins Middle School. I'll invite Mr. Searle up here in a few moments. We did reach out and ask them a few questions, because the way that the awards work is we have nominees, or we have people that nominate individuals, businesses, organizations. And what we looked at is that's, in a way, one-sided. So this individual nominates this organization, but only from their point of view. So we wanted to be able to reach out a little bit more, and so we reached out to the middle school to have them answer a few questions. And I'm just gonna, provide you a couple to give you a little bit of background. We asked the middle school what they do for the Rollins community. And they said that they provide opportunities for students to engage with community organizations, and I'll read a few. Adopt a family for Christmas through the Department of Family Services. Provide canned goods for the food pantry with St. Vincent de Paul. Toys for Tots with Mike's Big City. Veterans Day Assembly. Art Beat and Inktober. Concessions for sporting events, band and choir events. Trash cleanup in the spring. They do a pig raffle with Dallin Motors and R&B State Banks. Pink Out for breast cancer, and Penny Wars for leukemia. We also asked, what does the middle school appreciate most about Rollins? They said that they appreciate the parents of the students, and the businesses that support their cause. Parents are constantly giving the school snacks and donations to support fundraising efforts, and local businesses provide the same. They said that they have been very pleased with how business owners support our request to contribute to our school. Part of the Community Builder Award is to present them with a $100 donation to donate wherever they wish. And proud to say that Rollins Middle School is happy to donate that $100 to the Boys and Girls Club. So I think that's probably enough of hearing from me. Mr. Sterling, would you like to come up and say a few things, and then I think we should probably ask a few other representatives from the school to come up, as well.
We have all up anyway.
thank you is, Ms. Leon came over about a week and a half ago and, said he needed to speak with me. Sometimes when people come, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, so, but no, this was a good thing. Talked about the award, and the middle school is gonna be the first recipient of this new award that the city is going to have coming forward now. And we're just very humbled and grateful to be the recipients of this award. I absolutely love working with the kids and the staff, the parents, businesses, that we get to work. We're just proud of the things that the kids are doing. The kids are doing a very, very nice job, not only in the classroom, but outside, representing the school well, on the court, on the field, and, in our community. They're doing a great job for us, and we're very, very proud of them, proud to be a part of this community. So, everybody with the school, come on up. Board member Ingstrom, come on up. Officer Robinson.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right behind you. That was front center.
You guys can step up there too.
I don't wanna stand up there.
Except for you.
Oh.
Except for you.
I'll step up, there you go.
Very Try to get everybody's eyes open at the same time.
I have to say, I was at several events where some of these young people were serving and working and doing, an amazing job, and very appreciated, and, really proud of you guys, so thank you very much. The next thing on our agenda is department reports, and I'll let y'all take whatever, go for it.
Might as well start, I'm up here. I will try to be brief. There's, quite a few things that have been going on. One, I'd like to thank the Sinclair, Wyoming, Refinery Company for donating $1,500 towards our junior rifle program. I also want to give council an update on our CDBG grants. I think we had 16 of them. Initially, they were going to award those grants, at the end of the month. We were going to attend a meeting on the 26th, which was their work session, where they would talk about these grants. They have postponed the work session and the announcement of those grants until further notice, so I promise to keep council informed of any new updates that we've received. And I want to talk about recreation briefly. I want to thank council again for supporting, a new, recreation programmer position to the rec center. We've already been able to do a lot, and we have plans for doing a lot more. We're very excited. But I want to give you just an update of our Christmas events and our events throughout the holidays. We had a dodgeball tournament where we had 15 middle school teams, that's 45 players, probably 20 more spectators, and maybe a dozen adults attend for that event. We also had a Tiny Tots Winter Craft and Playtime, and that was for ages 5 and under. We had 21 kids show up for that. We had a Jolly Jamboree for K through 5th grade. 52 kids showed up for that event. We also had a New Year's craft and candy draw, which was for 5 and under, and we had 12 kids show up for that. We had a New Year's bash for K through 5. 67 kids showed up for that event. And then we also had a game night. This one surprises me probably more than any. A game night for 6th through 8th graders, middle schools, right? 31 kids showed up for that, and that was like a week and a half after it was over, so the parents and kids remembered and felt like they wanted to do that. And I can't take any of the credit, it's really the staff at the Recreation Center. It's like this whole new energy there, and we are very excited to have the staffing to really reach out, connect with the community, and find out more of what they'd like to do. I want to summarize those events. There were 6 events throughout the Christmas, kind of the holiday. 228 kids attended these 6 events. What's interesting, 228, right? 40 had memberships to the Recreation Center. So, that means 173 of the participants paid a non-member fee and didn't have a membership, which tells us that, I feel like the more we do and the more we offer, the more people are gonna be interested and realize that a membership is the way to go. We're doing more. This is the place to be for your children, your young adults, adults of all ages. So we're excited to see that. And it really is a team effort and a group effort from our staff. And I'd like to applaud our recreation staff for all that they're doing. And then a couple more quick updates. Dog Park, we have a town hall meeting scheduled to discuss Dog Park, on Thursday, January 27th at 6 p.m. at the Recreation Center. And I'll just go on to the next one. We had, 2 skate park meetings recently. We had one was designed for middle schoolers after school, and the other one was a town hall meeting the following Thursday. They were both pretty well attended, I felt. I think we had 16 or 18 for the team on the Tuesday, and we had 28 in attendance for the town hall meeting on Thursday. That tells me a lot. We got great ideas, good discussion, very good starting point for this project. At the February 1st council meeting, there's a work session prior to the meeting. We'll be discussing the dog park and the skate park, because I'll have more information from those meetings that I can report to council. In addition, we will also have a presentation at that work session to talk about our plans for the green belt on the west end of town. We've kind of come up with a plan that we want to share with council. We feel we're ready to see what your thoughts are on that. That'll be at the February 1st, work session. That's all I have, unless you have any questions.
One comment, I gotta tell you, when I saw those pictures of those events you ran and all the kids that were participating, and I mean, rooms full of kids, I was really impressed, and thank you. You guys are doing a great job that way.
If I could add one more thing, and Principal Searle's not here, but I did send him an email with photos. We'd like to give credit to the middle school too, because they announced those programs for the middle schoolers on their loudspeaker. My son would come home, hey, I heard this event again on the, at school. So they helped us a lot by promoting and encouraging these middle schoolers to just walk up the street to the rec center and active, All right, thank you.
Good job, thank you.
Nice update, we tried to clap again. Sorry, we tried to give you a second round.
Good evening, council, mayor. I wanted to give you an update on the audit. I talked with our auditor today and got some good news. We had, in the previous week, they had sent down additional reports they had requested, and they were able to tie out, 2019 to 2020 and all of that, so that means we can move forward. So that was a lot of hard work, but we are now to that point. And we will have auditors on site for the week of January 30th, 31st, which will be Monday through Thursday. And, this coming Thursday, we're gonna have a Zoom meeting with, Andrew, who is the person, one of the lead auditors that I've been working with, and his boss, Lonnie. Lonnie is sick with COVID, and, Andrew has kids at home, so that's why we're gonna have a Zoom. And then reports they put out, and we are coordinating with them, to expedite, and a way that we're doing this is I am sending them additional reports. They're gonna select items that they want us to, that they review. And it's random selections and, a lot of detail that goes into that. But that means that when they arrive in the week of the 31st, they'll be ready to go. They won't have to wait for us to pull them. We're gonna pull those in. Then I'll be communicating with Andrew by phone and email as we go through that. And so once they get the 20 done, they'll be able to jump right into. So I wanted to give you that update, and I also wanted to let you know we've been working on getting bigger monitors, so everyone can see. So we have one up, and there'll be another that, after, maybe tomorrow, they'll get started. They want to get through. So, anyway, those are going up, fairly well. So, any questions?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, on March 15th, 1990, Governor Mike Sullivan signed legislation recognizing the third Monday of January as Martin Luther King Jr. Wyoming Equality Day. We have a special opportunity to reflect on the subject of equality at this time and in this place, on Equality Day and in the equality state. This year, I thought about equality as it relates to my role as an economic development professional. In his letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. taught, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." In similar fashion, threats to the vitality of our local economy in any part and in any place are threats to the well-being and strength of our overall economy. We are all well aware that Rawlins has several challenges within economic development. One area of concern has been that of cooperation among economic development agencies. Within the Rawlins strategic plan, one of the initiatives is strengthen partnerships with economic development agencies. The best way I know of to strengthen partnerships is to focus on the establishing and deepening of relationships. It is my pleasure to announce to this council tonight that this effort is well underway. We have 4 organizations that together form our core economic development correlation. The Rawlins Carbon County Area Chamber of Commerce, the Carbon County Economic Development Corporation, the Rawlins Downtown Development Authority, Main Street, and now the City of Rawlins Department of Economic Development. I have had wonderful conversations with the directors of these organizations. We probably all know who they are, but just to be sure, will each please stand? So Megan Donovan with the Chamber, Yvonne Johnson with County Economic Development Corp, and Pam Thayer is unable to be with us this evening, but she's with the DDA. As President Abraham Lincoln wisely proclaimed, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So, we stand united in our efforts for Rawlins to realize lasting economic vitality. We are committed to this unified, cohesive, coordinated, and collaborative effort. In economics, trade is good, and in economic development, partnership is great. Thank you. Any questions?
This time I brought my glasses with me. Honorable Mayor, Madam Vice, members of the council, as we started last year, I'll give you a brief on year-to-date, what we've done in the fire department. Just want to say that, very excited to say that tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary with Rawlins. So very excited to say that, I stuck with you for long enough to say, I'm not working anymore. Okay, so that's down and dirty since you get to see me in a couple minutes here. 52 calls, year-to-date. We've done 3 transfers already, which is quite a bit already for, this year, out of state, so. Been a busy, EMS, call period for this month. Getting going on our building inspections, we've only got 8 done, but I promise you right now, we're on them, and our building inspector has done 29 separate inspections. And our total training hours to date is 131.30. And let me just see there, young man, if you're still leading the charge here or not. Okay, I won't tell you this time. That's for fall, our next time. Any questions, please? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'll try to be quick. Honorable Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, members, Mike Warden with the Rollins Police Department. I'm gonna start with staffing. It's been a challenge for the Rollins Police Department for some time now. We've had 3 officers in field training over the last few months. The third just, finished field training today and passed his exit interview. So all 3 of those newer officers are now on the street operating as solo officers. One of the 3 does have to go to the Law Enforcement Academy in Douglas, and he'll be starting that in a couple. That leaves us with 4 open police officer positions out of 19, which is still a pretty good chunk. Our recruitment hiring, efforts are still going on. We have seen a slight increase in the number of applicants we've received, after the holidays. I'm told from Stephanie in HR that's kind of normal, that we see that every year. So we're going through those applicants and scheduling testing dates right now, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to fill the final 4 positions. We have our 7th and final dispatcher position filled. We have 7, including the supervisor, Valita. The 7th position was filled about a month ago, and she is now in training, will be for the next couple months before she is covered in that category as well. Meetings this month, the sheriff and I have been attending the Carbon County Coalition for DUI and Alcohol Prevention. Tonight, earlier this evening, we had the first Carbon County Dispatcher Emergency Communication meeting. Rollins City, Saratoga, and Carbon County were all represented. It was a good meeting. And we're going to be continuing those regularly. In terms of code enforcement, as usual, Code Enforcement Officer Brian Market has been very busy. For the month of December, he handled 10 different properties that had multiple issues associated with them. 7 cases involving abandoned or derelict vehicles, 3 cases involving garbage or refuse. Most of those were businesses that had their trash piled up, and we received the complaint. 1 call for a dangerous condition, 4 calls involving snow removal, and one call where he assisted other officers with traffic directions. So Brian remains very busy. Some of the cases that he's been working, code enforcement cases, are taking a little bit of time. So far, in over a year that he's been here, we have yet to charge anybody with a citation related to code enforcement. The reason for that is that the public, our community, continues to be very cooperative with him in his efforts. I feel like sometimes it takes a little bit longer to fully resolve the issue as opposed to charging one of our residents with a violation of an ordinance. It's better to work with them, and as long as they're cooperating and showing progress, Brian continues to work with them, and we move forward with getting those nuisances. So the last time I spoke with you, I gave you some stats on what the police officers, the sworn officers of the Rollins Police Department had been doing in 2021. I can't remember if I explained to you at the time, there's a number of different ways that law enforcement agencies collect statistics of what they do. And because there's numerous different ways we collect those statistics because of the broad scope of what law enforcement officers do, it's kind of a challenging endeavor to gather stats. And I'm used to that. I've been doing it for a long time. One of the ways we do this is through our report writing system, and that was the source of the information that I provided with you in December for what the officers had been writing reports for in 2021. So I'm going to just tell you what they were doing in December for the end of the year last year. And the number one thing that they wrote reports for remains traffic violations, 19.6% of the reports written. Assisting another agency, which is typically DFS, Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Department. Motorist assist came in number 3. Checking the welfare, which is usually when somebody calls and asks us to go check on somebody, was number 4. This category number 5, miscellaneous complaints, is one that we're working on. We're gonna break that out into other categories so we have a better idea of what that means. It's a little too broad. Animal call came in number 6, out with vehicle came in 7, property damage accidents, business alarm, non-bank, and parking complaints rounded out the top 10 for what the officers wrote reports for in December of. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Council, try to make this as quick as possible. Utilities, right now, we are shorthanded in utilities by about 4 people. And in that, they're continuing to do great service work on our city water line services, meter work, sewer lines, and even water breaks. We've had a couple water breaks in the last week, and they've actually done a great job taking care of them in a fashion that we have right now. They've also been actually jumping in and helping with snow removal with our streets. They've done a great job in helping us get some of the piles that we have stacked up in the middle of our roads right now. So they've been helping out tremendously with that. As far as streets departments go into that, it's a lot of snow removal right now. Sanding, getting it removed, taking care of our side streets as much as we can. And on our downtime, the nice streets like we have right now, it's maintenance work on our equipment. So it's just a lot of repetitive, continuous work on a daily basis. Our plants are both running really well. We're just doing regular maintenance on them on our downtime. So at both plants, wastewater and water treatment are doing really good right now. Jobs, our spring pipeline project is moving along nicely. We're making great headway on that pipeline. Ran into a couple little snags with some rock ground, but we're moving forward nicely. Our steel line is, we're moving forward on our breaks right now very well. The holes are a little bit big, and we're dealing with groundwater on the nicer days right now, so it's a lot of getting the water out of the holes so we can get down in there to do the work. But we're moving on very nicely on these. That's all I have for you guys.
I have a question. There were filters ordered for the filter system at the water
Yes.
treatment plant. Are they here or what?
They have not. We keep receiving messages that they're being shipped, but the last one that we got, 2 weeks ago, that they were in motion. They were being shipped, and we should see them by, I think, the end of this month. That's what we were told.
I just wondered.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Any other questions?
Thank us for the pictures.
You're welcome. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Anybody?
Honorable Mayor, Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lou.
Okay, I'll give you my staff report. Currently, we have 106 bales of cardboard at the recycle center. I'm waiting for possibly to send a truck out by the end of next week. We also, our administrative staff has been busy sending out contractor renewal licenses. We did have a meeting today with the West End project. We had a few people in attendance for that. I will be sending around a map and a layout of the business and get comments. Hopefully we can get them comments back to me before either the end of the week or the beginning of next week. And we have been busy working with the Miles subdivision over there with the lot, which we're gonna hear about tonight. I've been out since Friday. I'll be back tomorrow, so I can give you a more in-depth report at our next meeting. I do want to bring the landfill crew in for a attaboy that they got from DEQ out at the landfill. So I will be bringing them in for that. That's all I have tonight, Mayor, Council.
Thank you, Lou. I appreciate that. Anybody have any questions of Lou? They don't lose, so you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Is there any other department heads here? Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the city manager's report. I'm not sure, we're not gonna have them, okay, thank you. The next thing on the agenda is the city council reports and direction to the city manager. Stuff to do. Councilman, Garner, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna see if we had a follow-up on the ice skating.
I think that's coming, that's on the agenda, but it's down a ways.
Oh, sorry.
Councilman Martinez?
Go back to when Jay was talking, and I think before.
I'd appreciate it if I could get it.
Anything else? All right, we'll move on to the next, Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I just, had a question for Cody. I know that the weather's nasty now, but we were gonna strike that underpass. Is that still on the agenda?
We were gonna bring that up, urban systems and, and see how to go forward on it the correct ways. As we're looking at it as kind of a one-way, what would be the correct and safest way to go forward with the striping in there? That will be discussed tomorrow at urban systems.
Good thing.
Councilman Smith?
Yes, I know that you're going to urban systems, so I would like an update on our project and 87 byway is.
Anyone else?
Just to speak to Councilman's question, was in contact with Whiteout about a week ago, just to see where things were, and they were in the contract phase.
They're in contract.
They were getting information, and we did send them a letter to confirm that the council had chosen that contract.
Anything else? We'll move along to, payroll. Vice Mayor Wells?
I move to approve the December 19th, 2021 through January 1st, 2022 payroll register of $249,914.22.
Seconds it, so there's been a motion made and seconded to approve the December 19th, 2021 to January 1st, 2022 payroll register for $249,914. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, please open online.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
The next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Councilman Smith?
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of December 29th, 2021 to January 12th, 2022, in the amount of $775,199.08.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of December 29th, 2021 to January 12th, 2022, in the amount of $775,199.18. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a discussion involving Sinclair Oil Corporation, City of Rollins, water feasibility, discussion and kickoff. And I will,
So I'd like to introduce, from Sinclair Refining Corp., Executive Vice President of Downstream, Steve Sondergaard, and Operations Manager, Rod Taylor. We've, been talking with them about possibilities of what they can do to help us, and we can help them in the future with maybe getting them some water out there at the refinery. So they're here to kind of give us a discussion on what they're, can maybe offer us.
Okay.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate, you squeezing me in. I think we were not on the agenda for a while, so I'm glad that we got squeezed in and we could give you an update on some of the working on. So I just, let you know a little bit, some of you may know me from when I was refinery manager for 7 years and then they moved me to Salt Lake, and then I decided I really wanted to go back. So I'm over, Wyoming, operations in Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and Kansas. But my heart is still here, in this area. So since I have the opportunity to speak today, I thought I might, talk about 3 different things and kind of set the stage a little bit, tell you some of the things that we're thinking about I guess the Rollins Water Project, with the refinery and a joint effort. And I think there's a lot of synergy here. And I think that we have the potential to do things, but I don't know what you already know about it. But let me start by saying a little bit about where we're at and kind of how we see the future, because I think that sets the stage for this project. If you bear with me for a minute. So I'd like to say that this is a really good project for Sinclair Oil Company, and in particular the refinery here in this county. The highest priority that we see for our organization right now is working forward towards improvement in our, to be cost competitive and to stay cost competitive into the future. So this project actually allows us to do a lot of that. And so we want to be the best corporate citizen that we can. Try to do a lot of things in the community, but we've done a lot in the past. And we want to maintain a solid foundation and a tax base for this community. That's what we're really trying to do. We have a lot of our employees that live in the city of Rollins, and a lot of our contractors do. We have about 1,000 employees here and contractors that work for us, and we'd like to see that continue. So our highest priority right now is in trying to keep the refinery running, safe, and environmentally compliant. And we kind of threatened right now over the last couple of years with COVID infliction. I don't know if I can what word I should use better, but it's diminished our demand for gasoline and diesel. As you probably might expect, we've had a lot of people staying home from work, and I have a lot of impact to the actual product that we make. Primarily gasoline and diesel, but we also have now some influence from the President of the United States and the administration to eliminate us. And so we're really kind of struggling, and we really need to try to kind of figure out how do we keep our costs down and how do we compete against. To give you a sense of urgency with some of that, we've had a refinery close in Cheyenne in the state in the last year and a half, and that's something that we don't want to have happen here to the community. So we're trying to counter that, and this is a really good project to help us do that very thing, and we have a potential to work together to share something like $1 million to $2 million a year between us in ways that have never been done before. So we're trying to do that in a way that it's a win-win for both of us. And actually, we could probably call it a win-win-win with the town of Sinclair as well. So we'd like to pursue this. We hope that you would allow us to help you in this regard, because we think it
We're in the initial stages of thought right now, so we really, we've put some work together, we've done some economic analysis and some tell us the framework of what we're talking about, but it's really kind of too soon to kind of get into details. But I would just like you to be open to the possibility that this is something that could really help you and help us and be great for the community. Finally, I thought I would talk a little bit, since people ask me this question virtually every day, about what's going on with the refinery and with the merger. So if you bear with me for like 2 more minutes.
That was gonna be my next question.
You're gonna be your question, okay, great. So let me give you an update. We're kind of, working the last several months on this with the Federal Trade Commission, Washington DC. And I'll give you my best estimates, but there's a lot of things that we don't know that are still, in state of flux. But our guess is that we're probably talking about the second quarter of this year before things close. Obviously, the FTC can step in and make changes. We're just past the second round of questions. And some of these were extremely extensive. And I'll tell you, literally, we supplied millions of files to the government in Washington DC project. So they're pretty interested in it. We'll see how it plays out, but right now, that's the best news I can give you for the second quarter. So the exact timing and closing is dependent on the FTC and what kind of questions they might come up with yet. But right now, we're seeing fairly positive responses from them, and we'll see how that ends up. So as I said, we've been through 2 detailed sessions so far, months of effort so far in that, answering that. But the FTC has still not allowed us to really talk to each other, not Holly Frontier Corporation and Sinclair. So we're kind of waiting for that blessing of approval to say we can start talking about how the transition might occur and what this will mean in the future. So unfortunately, I can't give you much more detail than that because I just don't know. But hopefully, in the next month, we'll be given some freedom to talk to each other. We have had some thinking about how the transition might occur and how we might go forward, but it's really too early to. So that's about all I can say about that, unless you have a specific question. I can talk more about the water project if you want, but there's still a state of flux.
My question, if this merger takes place, you don't know, but water system.
Yes. I don't think so. I mean, I'm assuming that the combined refineries would be open to synergies, and I think starting now helps it survive this merger. So that's why we think that the timing is probably good to do this going forward. And I know that you're working on a gathering system now out there, and that's excellent, because we have a little more water to work with, and that's the water that we think that we could utilize if you will allow us, and that's a great revenue stream for you.
From what we've been told so far, I think we're all very positive about it and open-minded about proceeding forward, and but of course, there's not enough information to.
It's pretty early, yeah.
Right.
So this is just maybe a kickoff or whatever.
Positive about
Yeah,
it.
and if you're in favor of going forward, we will go with you, so.
I have one.
Yeah.
I think we have a nice audience here that are pretty naive about what's the water feasibility discussion. What do you have in mind?
Okay, so what we're talking about in general, if you allow me.
Yeah, please.
So we have some water that's currently being wasted in the collection facility on the way to I think it's called Sage Creek, or I'm not familiar with all of the.
Sage Creek.
Sage Creek, okay, so in that area, there's some old wooden pipes, like something like 100 years old, that are leaking like pretty much. So there's some, I don't remember the quantity of water, but it's pretty significant, water that's currently not being collected. The potential there is to build some
lines, which is already in progress. And we're looking at trying to recover that water to have a useful, purpose in the community. And then, that would be a revenue stream, for use it. So we think that we could use it, and we help build pipelines, and we help with that to good use. And so it would come to us at a lower rate than what we're actually paying now, that from the water we get from the North Platte River. So that would be a benefit to us as well. So both of those combined, we're talking something in the range of $1 million or $2 million.
Where is this pipeline, north, south, east, or west?
Which pipeline are you talking about?
The one you're talking
I'm
about?
talking about several, so.
Okay,
State
the
Street,
wooden one.
the wooden ones are southwest
Can
of.
I answer that?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, please.
Celia, about 20-some miles south of us, there's a bunch of, in the hills there's these ponds that have been connected by wooden pipelines about 100 years ago, and they are, starting to fail, because they're really old, and, so we're working on those, as well as there's 3 artesian wells out there. It's 20-some miles south. It's a 24-inch pipe, something like that, 20-inch pipe that comes all the way from the reservoir. All that water flows into the reservoir. And then from the reservoir.
Talking about Teton Reservoir?
No, south further, the city reservoir. It's about where you start seeing a lot of trees on the right-hand side where all the hunters park and whatnot. 26 miles, I think, out. And then that flows from, those ponds and those, artesian wells into the reservoir. And from that point, it comes to our treatment plant in this huge pipeline that's anywhere from 8 foot deep to 20 foot deep. And there's a few problems in that pipeline that are being repaired also as we speak. Problems we ran into last year was there were four leaks in that pipe, at least more than that, but 2 really huge ones. We were losing 1 million gallons a day out of those leaks, and had been for long enough for beavers to build dams. So anyway, when that came to our attention, we realized we have to do something about this. The fact is, the city of Rawlins has enough water rights and enough water coming to it to support somewhere between 5 and 6 times the amount of population we have right now. So we have excess water that we're not using. We also have the river water that we can pipe in and clean. However, our water, treatment plant was let go really badly. We have 4 huge filters there. One of them was working about 98%, one of them about 40%. The other 2 were absolutely not working. So the filters that I asked about earlier are to fix those other two things. So bottom line is we have a lot of water that we're not going to use, and way into the future. I can't imagine Rawlins being a 50,000, 60,000 population town. In the meantime, we need a lot of money to fix this water system. Sinclair needs the water. It's just a real, really neat partnership if we can work it out to where it's advantageous for both of us. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I want to assure everybody, we do have plenty of water rights that we are not using. It is not in the system that we have been using for watering lawns or potable water within the community. I don't want anybody to get scared about us not having enough water. It's just, we use part of that, have the rights, but we don't.
Oh, are we talking about south of Rollins?
South of
Now,
Rawlins.
we have water rights all over the place.
We have water that comes from the river also,
And Sage Creek Basin.
from south and the river. I will tell you, the river water is untreated water when it gets here, and they're, one of the 6 penny projects is to hook that untreated water to water things like our cemetery, whatnot. While they're doing that, they are gonna put in, tees and whatnot to be ready to, take that untreated water and go to the, landscaping part of the school and some of our other parks. But the 6 penny tax is the one that.
Can I add one more thing?
Yes.
So what we're trying to do from the water that's currently being, term wasted currently, and it's been wasted for years, the refinery isn't even gonna use that much water. You
looking at a revenue stream for both the city and it's a win-win, really. Good question.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
I appreciate that. All right, the next thing on, the agenda is, approval of the, impact assistance, and I would, Councilman Smith?
I would move to allow the mayor to sign the attached MOU, which will be sent to the division, City of Rollins, to be considered the impacted funds at the, and impacted entity to Rock Creek Wind Development.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Wells, seconds it. Been a motion made and seconded to allow, myself to sign the attached MOU, which will be sent to the Industrial Siding Division for the City of Rollins to be considered for impact assistance funds as an impacted entity to Rock Creek Wind Development Project. Is there any discussion? And I will, give an overview of how this all went. What happens is with the Industrial Siding Council, they decide which, communities are gonna be impacted by these wind development companies, and then they have an estimated amount that they will pay for impact assistance. In this case, it was about $14 million. Now, historically, what has happened is, they will take all these requests, and what has happened on the last few, they'll cut them by about 40%, roughly. But there was a meeting, and each entity, talked about how much money they wanted from this impact thing. Sean and I participated in it, and the amounts are like this. Carbon County requested, $723,454. That's for roads, law enforcement, a lot of the sheriff was talked about in that. County operations, conservation district funding, and emergency services. Rollins, did the same thing they've done in the past, and that is take the amount of, services rendered to folks, how many people are gonna be on that project, did the simple math and asked for that amount, which was $95,455. Now, I will point out that this project is out at Cooper Cove, so it's quite a distance from Rollins. Elk Mountain, the town of Elk Mountain asked for $46,000 for, sanitation, infrastructure, maintenance, street, public safety, and town services. Hannah asked for $40,000, for water, sewer, streets, Red Cross shelter, such like that. Medicine Bow asked for, $100,000 for their water station. Sinclair, the town of Sinclair asked for $110,200 for law enforcement and emergency response. Saratoga, which at the time, I don't know if they have been accepted as a participating party. The day of the meeting, they were not. They had applied for it. But if it's on this sheet, it is very possible that they were accepted to be a participating, entity, and they asked for $46,200. And so Carbon County asked for, $1,161,309. Okay? That's everybody in Carbon County. Albany County, for law enforcement, fire, engineering, oversight, and general, governmental, operations, they asked for $9,814,000, $814.78. Laramie asked for $795,705. Rock River asked for $2,500,000. So that was a grand total of, $13,109,784. I'm not used to these big numbers. And for a grand total of the $14,271. I will tell you that this will be pared down, and I think after reading who asked for what, you can see who's gonna get cut and who's not. I think we're fairly safe. The next step, just so you know, is these amounts will go to the Industrial Siding Council, and then they will probably call each one of us entities out and ask us to justify these amounts. And, I can tell you that what we ask for is a reasonable amount. I think that we will get that amount. I think that some people will be very uncomfortable in those meetings trying to justify how much they ask for. There were things don't know what they cost, but we'll call it $1 million. Well, that's not gonna fly. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think we asked for the right amount. I think it works. I think it'll be accepted. I don't think they'll mess it.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure, this is the new project they're talking about, isn't it, where it's like, most of it is going on in Albany County, we only get just a.
Ours is way down the line. I know.
Is,
They have nothing better to do. And she just, at 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, come on, guys, let's go. I know.
But all the communities within Carbon County, I mean, are they gonna be more impacted than, say, Laramie from the distance to these?
I think that's why the amount difference is different. It definitely is mostly in Albany County. The only portion that really affects Carbon County as far as anything other than like how we get affected with housing and then, of course, we're the funnest town in Carbon County, so they're gonna come party here. Or Chiefs have them, that's where that money will go, and that sort of thing. But for the most part, it is in Albany County. One of the biggest portions of Carbon County's ask was $300,000 for, repairing the road. Both counties have road repair agreements. In Albany County, the company has agreed to pay for anything and everything and take care of snow removal and such like that. And in Carbon County, there's, I don't remember exactly, I'm sorry, the amount of miles that, are, not covered under the road agreement, but that's why the $300,000, so that when as this goes, they can take care of it and rebuild it when it's done.
And, when we put in the last time for industrial fighting money, we did.
That's what we did.
And so what we're asking for isn't tied to any one project or department.
Right, because sometimes when you ask for impact assistance, it used to be a way better system, and what it was here comes your sales tax, and all of a sudden, here comes a project, so your sales tax jumps up. And the way they used to figure impact assistance was they would give you a greater percentage of the increase than our 13% or whatever it is, they would give us a much greater income. Now what it is the legislators want us to justify these impacts. Well, some impacts are easy to quantify and some of them are impossible. You get into the socioeconomic parts. How do you put a price tag on a kidnapped young lady out of Wheatland that ended up in Colorado? It happened in Wheatland, for instance, a long time ago, and I remember talking to them when they were trying to change it then. How do you put a dollar figure on that? How do you quantify that? Well, now they've come to a percentage of the project. And just so you all know, they're working very hard to lower the percentage we get. And, with WAM and WCCA, we're both fighting it, but, it's 2-point-something%. They're trying to drop it by 0.5%, which doesn't sound like a lot until you look at how many zeros are there. But anyway, that's the deal. So what our, decision tonight is whether to accept that request, allow me to sign it, and just so you know, this is very, very time sensitive. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Madam Clerk, I vote yes.
Online voting is open.
Slot machine. That's what it sounds like.
Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
I should have said that. Okay. Thank you. All right, next thing on our agenda is a resolution, authorizing, a submission of a grant, and, Vice Mayor Wells, I guess, this time.
I move to authorize the
Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Firefighters Assistant Grant application in the amount of $1,188,000 for the purpose of purchasing a fire engine company, 25 sets of structural firefighting gear, and 36 contained breathing apparatuses with 5% match of $59,400 coming from the general fund.
Been a motion made and seconded to authorize submission of a Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, firefighters assistance grant application in the amount of $1,188,000 for the purpose of purchasing a fire engine company, which is 25 sets of structural firefighting gear and 36 self-contained breathing apparatuses with the 5% match of $59,400 coming from the general fund. Is there any discussion?
You know that, this is a grant that's been going on since 2001. Almost 1,900 submissions or grants have been given out, with about $320 million in total value. We looked at, what we could do better for our department, and I think we've already had discussion about personal protective equipment and self-contained breathing apparatus and that stuff. So, one of the things that we looked at was one of our engine companies that's down at Station 2. It's 33 years old, has excessive mileage on it, and it does not meet the standard of having an enclosed cab on the back, which means basically it's open to the environment and all this other stuff. So, in 2002, NFPA Standard 1901 basically said all firefighters that ride in this now have to be in an enclosed cab. And then in 2008, they defined that even more strict, where certain vehicles could not be retrofitted. Anything before 1998 could not be retrofitted, and this is a 1989. So we're looking at replacing it with a rescue bumper. So we'll have a dual use for it. And that's kind of the background, if there's not any specific questions.
Councilman Smith?
Mine is, because I think that won't be awarded until after June 30th.
That's correct, yeah. Normally they award it in September.
Okay. So then my comment on the 59.4, we can put that in the upcoming budget, so that will match that.
We certainly could, yes.
Tonight, but we won't have to expend it until next.
That's 100% correct. It just, this is a very, very small window. They only allow about 30 days for this grant to go in. So it's kind of one of those, like you said, very time sensitive. And just the fact that, like I said, we can pull something like this down with a FEMA grant, I think we've just, we've done something very, very good for this community. Are there any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is a resolution, budget amendment. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the budget amendment of $34,000 for necessary repairs to a Baylor building at the landfill, which has sustained damage due to recent high winds and wear and tear on the building from trucks disposing of their load.
The motion made and seconded to approve the budget amendment of $34,000 for necessary repairs to the Baylor building landfill, which has sustained damage due to recent high winds and wear and tear on the building from trucks disposing of their loads. Is, there any question? I just have one question, and that is this is the building that, where the household garbage goes in? And it's basically that west wall that's been bashed out, is that right, or?
Southwest and west.
Are we looking at the insurance from the vehicle that did it?
I think it's been damaged for by little, a lot. Some of it was from that loader that loads the truck, I think.
Yeah.
Some of it's from
Honorable Mayor and Council.
Yes, Lou.
What we've had at the landfill is, currently the supports that run from steel post to steel post, they've been damaged. So basically what you have is the metal siding just kind of flapping and moving in the wind. We've lost sections on the south side, to be the southwest corner. And in order to make it safe for people coming into the Baylor building there where the MSW is, it has to have new supports and new steel panels placed. I've made it a point with staff to keep trucks from backing in so far and move it with the equipment that they have there to keep away from them walls. So it's a real safety hazard now the way it is, especially with any wind that we get. I'm afraid a piece is going to fly off and injure somebody.
Thank you, Lou. Councilman Weisenberg?
So how long is it until you know if the, claim is gonna be approved or disapproved with the safety hazard going on?
Could you repeat that, Councilman Weisenberger? It was broke up.
So how long is the, claim gonna take? Do you guys anticipate that claim to take to be approved or disapproved before spending money if approved tonight? Because it shows that it's not gonna be expended until you know if it's approved or disapproved to not cause any damage with a claim, a possible claim.
Well, what we got right now is we're piling dirt up against the side to keep them panels from moving. And if it's approved, we'll get going on it once we get the green light. If not, then we'll have to bandage it together until we can get the funds for it to fix it.
I would like to address a part of that if I may. Usually when you put forth a claim to the insurance, LGLP or whoever, any money that you expend prior to that approval from the insurance, no, you won't get reimbursed. That's why, we put in that little caveat that we need to check that out.
That's my question, is how long are we anticipating? Because if we have a safety hazard going on,
Take the couple weeks, is my guess.
so they're not gonna repair this for a couple weeks at this if it's approved, they're still gonna wait 2 weeks or so until we hear back.
We would need to, if at all possible. There's something that, my opinion, is just my urgent, that if it hurts someone, then maybe we wanna reconsider that and move forward on some of it, but still ask the insurance.
Given the fact that it's a health and safety issue, and I've been out there in an open, and around inside. So my LGLP hat, I'm putting it on right now, is to say, call Mr. Todd, explain the circumstance. He is the on-staff person doing the adjuster. Rewind it for you and give. Not gonna give any.
I meet with you or email you to get that information. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting's open.
Yes.
We have 51 stuff.
Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, right, the next thing on the agenda is a discussion, it's communication, with I-80 traffic and community, attracting travelers off the interstate and convert travelers to consumers.
Honorable Mayor and Council, a month ago, I presented my thoughts around a strategy that we can employ quickly to start making some progress in the way of economic development. As you should probably recall, the first leg of that three-legged stool is exactly this, attracting travelers off of the interstate and into town to make purchases one way or another. Of course, we know that that means more revenue opportunities. With this project and with this activity, provided we receive your blessing to proceed, we would do a further analysis of exactly the opportunity available with the I-80 corridor. The most recent reports I've been able to find are about a decade old, so I'd definitely do a lot more digging there. But it shows that there's approximately 12,000 travelers on I-80 on a daily basis, average annual daily traffic, half of which are pedestrian because about half is truck traffic. So doing the math, 6,000 pedestrian travelers every day, even spending a small amount makes a huge difference for a city. And so with that, I've had some visits with Jay Grabo, who we heard from earlier, but I'd like to invite him up to share a bit of a vision he has that would not only support the activity of attracting more travelers into town and converting them to consumers, but that also would serve at least a dual purpose of helping us as a community better communicate with ourselves. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Jay.
Thank you, Nate. There's a whole lot more there than we're gonna be able to discuss tonight, but this project is fairly large and encompassing, but I think the main focus that I would like to talk about tonight is economic development. We've all struggled with it for years and years, and I think I'm maybe not the oldest one here, but I do think I was the only one here that attended the first Economic Development Corporation meeting back in 1978, and have been involved somewhat in economic development ever since. Every economic development projects are good projects, but day after day, year after year, we look at what we've done, and what have we got to show for our economic development efforts each year. Yeah, there's some wins, but it's frustrating because we don't make a big hit. We don't make a big improvement. We don't have a lot to show for it. And when you're trying to market Carbon County, Wyoming, you know, we definitely have some barriers to economic development, but we've got some strengths too. And I like to talk about economic development county-wide, because if you take all of Carbon County, it's a pretty marketable item, and we see that more and more every day. We have people coming to resorts paying $1,500–1,800 a night a head. And so, you know, this is a place that's got something to show, something to share. Our most underutilized asset in Carbon County is our Interstate 80. I've traveled to Omaha to visit my mom, 103 years old, at least 3 times a year for 50 years. So I've traveled that, and I've watched Kearney, what they've done. I watched York, what they've done. I've watched Grand Island, what they've done. Rawlins, Wyoming is the town that's turned its back on the interstate. For all of these years, these towns have prospered. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But what these towns have been able to do is make a statement that we're here, we're alive, we're well, we're spirited, we're welcoming. You drive past Rawlins, Wyoming, a lot of people say, is that the Corrals? Is that Rawlins, Wyoming? We can make a big statement out there. It's something that we can build our personal pride. We can pull this county together. You know, as your strategic plan talks about, is getting everybody working together, utilizing each other's assets, and moving the needle on economic development. So, that being said, what kind of a project can you do to make a major impact? And I think one of our worst enemies is ourselves. We don't really show a lot of pride, we don't show a lot of working together. You guys as a council have made, biggest commitment to economic development that I've seen so far, and I think you all realize that here in town is what we need to do to make this more marketable. If visitors look at this as we're alive, we're well, we're working together, we're aggressive, they're looking for places like that. We're safe. There's a lot of people out on the market these days looking for a place to live. And from the interstate, we don't look like much. How can we change that? This project covers a lot of things, but the main item, what I think is a premier item, which in my own mind would do more for Carbon County than any other one thing, is that we go to the interstate, we put a major reader board up. I'm talking LED, two-sided, traffic, both directions. And on that reader board, we talk about, and these are pictures still, we don't have movies on it, still pictures, 8, 10 seconds, depending on driving times and speeds and all of that, where we can talk about what we've got to offer. We can talk to ourselves about fishing derby in Saratoga this weekend. A lot of people, I didn't hear about it, I missed it. We need to talk amongst ourselves more in order to build that community spirit, the commitment, to our community. So, something like this, we can talk to the interstate. We have several slave signs in the communities around the county that duplicate what's on the interstate billboard. So, if we can use that billboard for child abduction, road closed, rodeo, anything we want, but 6,000 cars a day may go by, and they look at that and they would say, what's going on in Carbon County, Wyoming? We haven't seen anything like that. In 3,000 miles of Interstate 80, there's nothing like that. And we're building our community, we're talking to ourselves, we're talking to 6,000 people, 6,000 vehicles a day. That one thing, to me, could build pride, and it could put us on the map. And at the end of the day, we've got something to show for it. It's not year end, where did all of our money go? Who's brought new jobs to town? All economic development is good. You can go out and try and recruit Amazon and all of that, but if you build your own community, build your own pride, you've got something to sell, and people are looking for it. So there's a page, that second page is an internet-based reader board, and I've kind of covered it. You can read more later on it. But that location of that reader board is critical. There's a parcel of land. If you go down 3rd Street and go straight all the way to the interstate, there's a high knoll right on the interstate, and that would be the prime location to put something like this. We're in a position where we would offer to donate that piece of land if this project happened to make any sense to the city of Rollins. I think I should say Carbon County, Wyoming, because we all need to look at something like this. The main point is there a big project out there that we can do as a county that accomplishes what we want to do? This might not be the project. It might be the project. That's the thought process that has to go through. Go on in, Carbon County Visitor Center. That's a description of the overall project, and the overall project is on the back page, the drawing that shows the piece of land. This project shows the piece of land, shows the upfront, some things that could be done on that parcel of land. That front strip is such good visibility. There is a sign there right now, you might take time in the next day or two, go down and take a look at it. The best thing is, drive right up to the sign, stand at the sign, and look north. There's all of Rollins laid out in front of you, you know, all the way from the airport to the hospital. And that's what Rollins really is, it's not the corrals. With that kind of an installation, we can attract a lot. And we could also build on that as the drawing shows. Wind energy is a big deal to us in this county. We've got a lot invested in it, we've got a lot to show, where we could bring, our industries into a visitor center, so people have something to see, a reason to stop, a reason to spend a little time. We're all fortunate that when you stop in Rollins, Wyoming, chances of you staying for a while are pretty good, because the next stop is not very close. We got 100 miles either way, so get people to stop. And of course, then we're close to downtown. You know, there's, on that front page, it lists a lot of the assets that we've got going. The time is good. Main Street looks good. You know, our funding looks good. We've got some aggressive elected officials in our towns and cities now. This might not be the project, but this is the time to do something major if we really want to make economic development strides in Carbon County. Might stop there. You got a big agenda. Answer any questions you want, or I'll get out of the way and let your meeting get going.
Councilman Smith?
I've always thought that we have BLM land out there that we used to on and I know, Jay, that you're going back to what you presented. Is there electricity out there now?
There's a major 34 kW line that runs right along the property line, east and west across the
So
property.
we wouldn't have to put in all the electricity. The road, Washington Street would need. This is a good location. Do you envision having a Carbon County Visitor Center there?
I think that it's well in line. I think that, you know, driving by and reading the sign is one thing. There's a lot of people out there, if you know, you can say anything, visit historic Woodson, or, oh, let's stop there. We need to show something. But some of this, to me, is building our own pride. What do we stand for? What's Carbon County stand for? You know, we don't wear T-shirts to say, hey, well, I'm from Carbon County. But, you know, we've got some of the best, you know, we've got uranium and wind and coal and these two major resorts, in town. The south of town, you know, the wildlife, we've got so much. But I think most citizens of Carbon County are sort of like, well, I work here.
So right now, though, you're just asking us to do like the board, the digital board.
All I'm doing is,
What, I mean, how much do you want us to be invested? I'm just hearing billboard for now, but potential museum or visitor center.
well, I think that's what needs to be studied. I think right now, I guess, my interest is presenting sort of a vision and, you know, soft commitment that there could be some land there if this starts making some sense. I think that it's complicated enough, expensive enough, that you as a council needs to look at it and say, out of sight, or let's invest a little bit of our economic development resources and dig in on this. What does this amount to? How big a chunk could we take? How far might this go?
Would the highway department be interested at all in maybe taking with it? Because once you go to Cheyenne, out Cheyenne Pass stop, we have a most wonderful center. That's the history of the area, and Wyoming, and all kinds of migration of animals, and the whole picture of what you are in that area. We're right in between. I haven't seen another one between here and anywhere, so this would be a good location to have.
over the years, I have talked with Diane Schober with, Wyoming Travel and Tourism, and, you know, not that there's any commitment, but that's exactly as you say, it's in line with them marketing the state. We are a distance away, and that, visitor center there is an interesting example. It's beautiful, it's, my gosh, of what it does, energy efficiency and all that kind of stuff, but it's also not too hard to drive by it and not notice it.
To the council, land out there, or there wasn't figures. There's some, some figures for, give us a little bit more of that.
I talked to Jay about this project, and, I agree with it, pretty much everything he said. It's a really good location. I don't know if we can get it done or not, but, as far as you guys have heard me say it a million times, our dirty backyard, because of the highway was 30, is now our front door. And, I think something like this would be awesome, and as far as I'm concerned, I would really like you to pursue this. I understand we're talking about infancy, and there's so many unknowns, I just don't even know how to tell you, but I trust that you'll work with Nate and get that worked out. I think we're positive towards it.
So that's, the layout you show in this design is awesome to me. It shows a lot of potential there. And I am up for a museum type, wind energy museum, something that shows, what Carbon County is becoming right now. Like you said, we do have two, beautiful resorts south of us, you know, that they do attract visitors for thousands of dollars a night, you know, and it does bring in, tax revenue to Carbon County, but we don't have that in Rollins, and something like that, this would bring some revenues in.
I agree with you. Project to look into. I also think that we need to get our county government on board. This is the county seat. They haven't really tried to do anything to attract people off that end. A lot of building downtown that they abandoned and just sitting there. Carbon County Museum had a plan to put together a museum to advertise the different communities in Carbon County by the wayside. They already invested in the plans to build a museum. So they took the asbestos out and then they just quit. We get our county working with our community here in our wheels, I think.
That's right, I respect your strategic plan because it's pretty strong in building group efforts, pulling us together. That's been one of our worst enemies. Something like this, like the reader board sign, to me, Saratoga's got a lot of things going. If Saratoga could have their fishing derby on that sign for a week ahead of time or periodic during the year even, a lot of this traffic, you know, they're not gonna pull in and buy something immediately, but they're going back and forth and say, you know, I've seen that such and such is coming up, or that's enough of an attraction, I'm gonna stop next time past. And that gives Saratoga connection to Interstate 80, it gives Baggs a connection to Interstate 80. We are really working together, and all the while, at the end of the day, if the economic development benefits aren't what we expect, we've got a better community because of it. We're communicating with ourselves, building community spirit.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you have my commitment to, make sure that this project continues, at least in discussions, and, I agree, someone made the comment that, you know, there's a lot of detail that's left out here, so we will get to work to, gather the data, put together the detail and present some recommendations. Building off of my report earlier, we have the momentum in place and partnerships in place to work, a full correlated effort, and to get county involved and surrounding areas. So, I think our next best step is to target probably a work session here in a couple months when it's available, and that'll set the deadline for us to have some more solid presentation for you. Does that please the council?
Thank you. Now, I hate to make the rest of the people wait a minute, but I'm gonna declare a 5-minute recess.
We are not muting, we are staying live.
There is more room in the back. All those
I know as we were talking right before I got up there, talking about the grant, I was like, not too much water, I really gotta go. Yeah, I was like. I've been able to drink a lot more water than I have in the past. That's all I gotta say. It's working.
Not right now, right?
Here. Down there, it's something different. Yeah, actually, I'd be on much better, but, you know, that's actually what's the okay Thursday?
Oh,
I didn't work out this morning, I was still on the
I was just wondering what they know, what the.
I should
No, I don't know. Well, no, I know what you mean.
More than when I do it.
I'm just wondering.
So I'm thinking it's.
You want me to get it?
Have my coffee.
Yeah.
Go home, you know, I'm usually up he'll literally get up down my head. He knows when I'm supposed to be out. I'm like, okay, well, thanks. I mean, I've been doing 2 more things. Kind of full day, check in, check out. Always.
What you're at.
This.
I'll wait, then I don't want to. Done? Good? Oh, you don't, yeah.
I don't know.
Huh? Well, you're very positive. Oh, yeah.
On your road.
It's not really rushing on. That is.
I got one left.
We're looking at something.
Yeah, literally. And then they're pumping. Nobody watches.
We'll look at, basically, pump up at station 1. We have, obviously, yeah, exactly, confined space for high. We don't have regulations as far as, being replaced.
No, not yet.
Yeah, so that big, we're actually, on the table right now. Yeah, it'll be yeah, that was, I don't even know what, I don't even know who's the owner of that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's, that was my. Yeah, so I don't know. It is, yeah. Like I said, look at almost a year on The problem with it is that I love to do a specific brand, but you can't write it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, it just goes out there and we'll find out, but what you try to do, is you try to spec it out exactly what you want to pierce, you spec it out with all pierces, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not against those, but I'm a huge, velocity. I like to see it. So I'll kind of one of those.
Yeah, you just let me in, I'd like to be up there. No, I'm not, no, it's not, we'll see. What you're,
We have.
oh, I said, no, this isn't gonna take, How was your day? You're talking about. I'm right in,
I'm not even running for election, I'm over here campaigning. Sorry about that. All right, next thing on our agenda, I will call this meeting back to order at 9:31, and thank you for your patience in allowing us to take a break. The next thing on our agenda is to discuss the final plat for Starbucks. Who is gonna lead this discussion? Councilman Garner? Oh, there's no motion necessary.
Yes, sir.
It's a discussion item.
There's a motion on here.
There's,
Oh. Table right now.
I thought it was
Okay.
only tabled on the voting of the, we're just,
okay, Kathy, here's where you come in. It's tabled to have a discussion about it. Do we need to untable it? Okay, sorry. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to untable the final plat motion of December 21st, 2021 regarding the final plat known as the property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street, specifically the plat privately owned property located in and begins a portion of the south 1/2 northwest 1/4 section 15 township 21 north range 87 west of 6th principal meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming, for the discussion and clarity.
There's been a motion made and seconded to move and untable the final plat motion of December 21st, 21, regarding the final plat known as the property proposed for the Miles Addition subdivision. I'm not gonna read the rest of it because it's not really necessary. Is there any, discussion? I guess the presenter is gonna be, Lewis and Elliot Smith at Terraform and Doug Boyd.
Honorable Mayor and Council, we're bringing this back up again after it was untabled. Due to some utility easements requested by Terraform, I think, and I want to make it clear that any business that we get within the city of Rollins is a huge asset to our community. But during this, during the discussion with this, and I know Mr. Smith is present in the audience, the question was, do we, as a city entity, if we have a water line break on the property, then we go in there and fix it. It's my understanding that Mr. Smith believes that any pavement, any curb that is damaged during this replacement, that the city would foot the bill for the repairs. We haven't done it in the past, and I think if, as a city, if we were to take this responsibility, I think it would open it up for, say, possible future developers coming in and say, well, you did this for this corporation, why can't you do it for us? I think it opens up the city financially if we were to have a line break in that area. I believe that It just, I don't know, and that's why we tabled it. I don't think this is a good situation for the city to be in, to go on private property, and any damages that are incurred on this is to replace it on the city's dime.
Councilman Smith first and Weisenberg.
Yes, Lou, I have not been down to look at this property specifically. I've driven by it for years, but my question to you about the water line is, does it go across that lot? Is that why the issue is a problem, because then you build over the top of it? Usually our water just goes to the property line, but this must be where we brought water in, or can you tell me a little bit more about that?
This water line runs basically from the southeast corner of the property to the northwest corner. It does encompass just right in front of the trash containment area. And one thing that I want council to note is the gas line that Black Hills has on that property is closer to the building than what our water line is. I know that Mr. Elliott has been working with Black Hills to see if they could do the same thing if the city decides to accept this responsibility. I don't know if Mr. Elliott can explain where he's at in that process, but I know that was another holdup on this property.
So, this is just my thinking, but the reason there are easements is so that there's ready access to a property without paying for the damage done. I know I built a fence, for instance, where there's easements, understanding that if they need to dig that up, they'll stack my fence in the corner and I have to fix it. I would hate to see our city get into a situation that we would change the meaning of an easement by doing that, and it would be horrible precedent to set, in my opinion.
Yeah, we just talked about a lot of this stuff, about flat work period, right? And plain and simple, building a piece, a building or anything else on flat work, and this is no different, it would be no different than flat work, asphalt and curb and gutter and all that is flat work, right? So it'd be no different. You accept the responsibility and liability of the damage of your property if something was to incur with you building over it, is how I take this too, and how I feel with this. It looks as if, this track runs possibly kind of maybe where the water line would run across the corner possibly of, Taco Bell there, I believe, we have an easement with them, I'd imagine, and we're not responsible or liable for them, I'd imagine on that also. So I don't think we should cater to one individual on something like this, is my feeling with this. The other thing I do wanna say is it's not that much of that water line running across there. How hard would it be to jog around that or reroute that line if needed?
When I talked to Bud Dimick on that line and rerouting it off the property, we were looking at 20 to 25,000 just to reroute it. And that was just a rough ballpark figure on his end when he went out and looked at the project.
So 25,000 and a repair, if the city was to get into an agreement, which honestly, I would not agree to something like that. But that could be $100,000 repair with curb, gutter, asphalt and everything else easily.
But we still run into the issue with the gas line that's running just west of the water line. which to me would be a bigger burden if something were to happen with that gas line that's there. Like I said, I'm all for getting business in town, but I just don't want to see the city out there with repairing the parking lot or replacing curb and gutter, landscaping. That, like I said, and I'll keep saying it to the end, that I'd love to get this business into town. But in the same sense, part of the job is also to look at the city side of it, to see, what liability the city would have with this business.
Real quick, the other thing you did say that, they are working with Black Hills on that line to figure out what's going on with that line, if they're gonna move it or an easement with that line?
Yes,
You know what
and
that is
I know-
exactly, right?
And I know in the email transition with Elliot, he has been in contact with Black Hills, and I don't know if they have made contact with that line. I think Mr. Elliott, if he would explain where he's at in that process with that easement on his end on that gas line.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, please come up and, just say who you are and who you're with, and on for the secretary.
On behalf of the Mayor, Council members, thank you for your time. My name is Elliot Smith with Terraform Company, so I need to state my address for the record?
No.
Okay. I'm from Salt Lake City. I made the drive up here today.
I'm sorry.
You should move to Rollins. That's right, wasn't that bad, actually. Pleasantly surprised. So I'm with a retail land development company called Terraform in Salt Lake. We do, retail development for tenants, like Starbucks throughout the country. So Starbucks is a tenant we've done a handful of projects with. They, like any national company, can be a little bit challenging at times, because they have their certain criteria, right? And that's where all this is coming from. They're a national company. We're a regional land development firm, and what we're asking for tonight is something that is fairly common, with a lot of the cities that we deal with in Salt Lake City, surrounding areas, and all of the states that touch Utah. I've heard your position. I don't want to waste your time and give a lot of details for something where it sounds like you're already pretty well decided, but just to give a little bit of, more background. So we are under contract to purchase this property from Ron Miles. That name probably rings a bell to many of you. Ron and his son RC are actually dialed in to this call right now. They own about 9 acres right now. The purpose for the plat is to subdivide it into 2 parcels. Lot 1, which would be larger parcel, lot 2 would be the 0.79 acre parcel that we would purchase as the developer, and then do a build-to-suit for Starbucks, and then we would be the landlord, Starbucks would be the tenant, and away we go, right? And then Mr. Miles would then pursue different development interests from other people. The challenge with this property, as has been mentioned, there's a city water line, right, and a city storm drain line. So the city water line diagonals not just the piece that we're purchasing, but all of Mr. Miles' property, right? It goes from the south, like Lou mentioned, it goes from the southeast corner to the northwest corner, and basically bisects this little tiny parcel. We've seen these easements on a site plan from the outset when we hired Doug Boyd with WLC and his team to put together the survey and the site plan. But we didn't know the extent or the nature of these easements, and it turns out, as we've dug deep into the title search on this, formal easements don't exist. There's nothing in writing. Typically, if we see utilities on the property, there's an easement document that kind of governs what that is. Water line and the storm drain line the city has on Mr. Miles' property, just, there's nothing on title, right? So it's not that you don't have the rights to be there. There's rights that you have as the dominant entity. I get it. I'm not here to say that you can't be there. But whenever we see utilities without anything to govern them, we kind of scratch our heads and wonder, okay, we probably should document this, right? and Starbucks feels the same, about the nature of these utility lines. The Black Hills Energy gas line parallels the city water line. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, but I think it's about 15 feet to the southwest of the city water line, and it is closer to our proposed building envelope. I've been in touch with Black Hills Energy with their legal department, and they do have an easement of record from 1947 on the property, and a lot of easements that were done at that time are blanket in nature, right? So they cover the entire quarter section, which basically said the gas company at the time, I think it was Northern Gas, if I'm not mistaken, Northern Gas can put a gas line anywhere they want, right? And so when I contacted Black Hills Energy, who is the successor of the Northern Gas line, they said, hey, we get these requests all the time. We will work with you to limit the easement on this property to 20 feet, and we'll work on amending the existing easement to give you the language that you're asking for, which is the same language that I sent to you. So to directly answer that question, Black Hills Energy is working with us on it. They said, hey, we're excited to see business come to Rollins. That'll be great, and we don't want to stand in the way of that. They are working with us to document their easement, limited to a 20-foot wide easement, and on that same document form that we sent you. I don't know if that has any bearing on your decision in the city. I respect your position and understand where you're coming from. But that is kind of Starbucks' position, and because we're doing a build suit for them, that is by default our position as well. And I don't know if there's middle ground. They're pretty firm in their position, and they've said it's the reason being, right? When you have utility lines that run through vacant property, if there's a break in the line, repair or maintenance that needs to be done, you dig through dirt, fix the line, put the dirt back. No big deal, right? There's no cost. But then when you start putting hard surface improvements in, just to clarify, we've designed our site plan around these utility lines as best as possible. If you look at it, it leaves a little tiny area for a 2,000 square foot building. Neither the building pocket nor the trash enclosure or any what's typically called a permanent structure is anywhere in that easement area, either the gas easement or the water easement. So it is, you know, what we call horizontal hard surface improvement. So curb, gutter, sidewalk, asphalt, and landscaping. So the ask isn't, hey, you know, you have to maintain your line, you're gonna repair menu boards, reader boards, any part of the building or the trash enclosure. It would just be, hey, if the city has to get in to maintain it, this easement gives the right for the city to do that, and just return it to as close to the original condition as possible. That's kind of a summary of what that contains, and easement form that we've used with different municipalities quite often as we start to improve vacant property. So, and it just came late in the game because we just got the survey, middle of November, and I've been working with Doug and the title company to try to figure out the nature of these easements. We passed along to Starbucks, they raised their flag and said, hey, time out, we need to work right if we can.
Well, I can, you know, what I would like to see your company do is, if the gas line's okay and they're okay with paying for your new parking lot and all that, when they need to go in there, that's fine, that's between you and them. But, you know, I might entertain something like, if you would reroute that line to start with, if we're talking about $25,000, that should not stop you from building the Starbucks here. But I do not wanna make the people of Rollins pay for your $150,000 parking lot if we have a problem. And, so I wish you would work in a direction of maybe, realigning that water line so that, we would have full access to repair it if we needed to. Easement, I mean a different thing in other states than it does in Wyoming, but here an easement is treated the same way everywhere. You know, if they have to come in on your property on an easement and repair whatever, they don't have to fix what they tore up. And we would be setting a very dangerous precedent for anything but that. Anybody disagree with that?
I don't disagree, but if we were in a position, an incentive program of some economic development across the board, where we help all, but we have one company asking us to do something that costs us somewhere around $20. I'm hesitant to do that because I feel that the burden. So, with that said, I would want our legal, our easements on that water line down that area, number one. Two, go for it tonight. I think maybe at some point, Mr. Miles is going to need to develop parcels down there. So it'll come back to community development anyway in future time, and the water line's gonna be a problem at that time too. So, go for it tonight, please.
Anybody else have anything they'd like to say about this? Yes, Nate?
I don't wanna be inappropriate or overstep, but I wonder what, Starbucks has considered other locations in town, or if Rollins is only option. If we had alternative locations that have issues that this parcel had, would be considered?
Potentially, we would have to look at the access, visibility, economics of it, but they looked at several sites a little over a year ago, and this is the one they, I mean, it's a good location, right behind Taco Bell and McDonald's, and pretty good freeway access. I would just see if, Mr. Miles, who's, I don't know if he has anything he wants to add, either Ron or his son RC.
I think.
Maybe drop off, okay. Ron, did you have?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I think Ron's trying to unmute here.
He should be unmuted.
Are you talking to me? I can't hear.
Yeah, can you hear me, Ron? Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Well, the concern that Starbucks has is very real. For example, we have a property that we built in '97 here in the Denver area, and Xcel Energy has a 30-inch gas line across it, across the parking lot. And also Denver Water Board has a 60-inch line across the property. Their easement documents require that if they have to come in and dig up our property and remove parts of the parking lot, that they will put the parking lot back the way it was. And they had recently, Xcel had a new gas line that federal regulations were requiring them to put this new line in. And so they completed the work and put the parking lot back together, put the asphalt down, and everybody was happy. And I think the issue is, if you want the business of Starbucks, if you look at the drawing and the plat, it's the risk to the city is somewhat limited to a distance that wouldn't be severe if you had to replace the line because it leaks or were to burst for some reason. And in our original shopping center, when we had a Safeway and a Subway store and so on, we had a line coming off of Mahoney into the back of the Subway store, and it was 6 feet buried, and it cracked and blew And we had Olson come over and have to dig it up and repair it. And the line was not our expense, not Subway's expense. It was the community's expense. So it's not, this request is not an unusual request. And I think it's only fair that all the years that we've tried to avoid developing over these lines. And we paid $1 million back in the late 70s for the entire 20 acres. We developed a big part of it, and we're down now to this stage here where we've got 9 acres and Starbucks is willing to take a front site there on Plaza. And I think it would be financially beneficial to the city to have a business like that generating a lot of economic development potential. So that's all I can tell you is that I don't see the risk to the city unless your lines are breaking in other locations where it would be a big issue.
It won't be a big issue until what time, it is. The companies you mentioned, Excel and Denver, those two, we just don't have those resources, sir. We're in a town of 8,200 people. If we allow somebody to build over top of one of our easements with the agreement that we will repair it if we ever need to fix that, if we do that for you, we'll have to do that for everybody. Physical impossibility, we can't afford that. It would be, I want a Starbucks. I paid for one and I don't have one. That's how many times I've shopped there, but, the fact of the matter is to protect our citizens, I don't think grandma at the end of the block on a fixed income should have to pay for your parking lot if the water line breaks. I feel like, I would really wish you would consider, relocating that line so that it's in the proper place, so that if it does have a problem, we don't have to go in there and, pay, who knows how much for a parking lot and landscaping for you. I don't wanna stop the project, but I do not wanna put our town in peril in any way, shape, or form. Councilman Garner?
Would it be beneficial to look at rerouting that water line? Because Starbucks shows up there, that lot that's next to it, for the customer, the amount of money and taxes, jobs created, might be worth looking at a joint to reroute around up Plaza Street and back around the backside of all this business. Split the cost with them. And that will open that up, that whole property.
As long as you're willing to split the cost with every single person that comes along, that's what we'll be committing to. That's all I'm saying.
If there's a relocation of the line needed, right, we would be setting up. What I'd like to see is maybe Nate work with Sean and community development, Lou, and maybe even our legal department, maybe come up with like some kind of incentive program, so when we run into these in the future, we have some kind of incentive program, and it's not a precedent we're setting immediately for one business. We have something going forward saying, hey, we got development coming in, we can offer something like this as long as funding and stuff like that is there. At this point, I could see the splitting possibly, if there's some kind of incentive program there, for that. But other than that, that's the only thing I can see. I can't see paying for someone's damage on a piece of property because they built over existing one.
with our strategic plan, one of the things that we're talking about is site ready. We've got property that we're looking at, being site ready. Would this not benefit as well in the same aspect, that area site ready for?
What happens when we move this water line to make room for here, and then the next guy buys the next lot, and it's in the way there,
Well,
and then the next lot, and it's in the way there?
Well, I'm looking at the Plaza Street and the right of way for the road. If we follow that, instead of going through the properties,
I understand what you're saying, and I'd like to see economic development too, but we have to be very careful. One of the big things that, with me, about any rule or anything the city does is, are we gonna treat every single person that comes under that set of circumstances exactly the same? If we can, that's great. But when you talk about easements and having to fully repair something when we use that easement, that's off the scale to me. That's no to me. Kathy?
I wanted the council to be, because sometimes trends change. In Wyoming, you're exactly. Property has an easement. You have to work around it. But I was concerned that maybe so I talked to the city. Find out, what do you guys think? Are we being unreasonable? Don't want to assume of the cost of restoring property. We have an easement. And the planner, I talked to the city attorney, Jeremy, indicated he would, they put me in touch with their, what they do, and they have a really good process, and in fact, bottom line is, and then I talked to the attorney, Casper, who has represented time, indicated they have never approved. One, you don't know what the cost of. You have to treat all people the same. But how they try to work with people, well, and then have them only allow pavement, landscaping, placed, permission for them to be placed. But those are typically not as expensive as a building, spots or a garbage. But it's still, he has to come in there. It's the responsibility of the person to replace them, not the government. So what you're talking about is not out of the mix. Commonly done in the largest cities. I checked those things, only wanted to make certain that, because it can happen. That being said, as I look at some of, I have a board of adjustment of the location of the improvements that they can adjust the strict project can go forward, at least with regard to the water. The thing that's not on here is apparently there's a drain that goes across kind of the middle of the water. In an, well, I don't know how that affects. But, you know, I wish from the city standpoint, Starbucks standpoint, we could way that it works for everyone. But, you know, and then the one final thing that I wanna mention is the document that's been presented, really a document with two. One is a true easement. Second part is an agreement that in the future for the rule I've mentioned every once in a while, and that is one council can't. Unless, and there's always that unless, but if it's for a reasonable period of time, and there has to be a showing by the person that's received definite. So there's a way to do it, if that data and that information is there, and it's. Other than that, you gotta keep in mind that one council. I mention that because we try to look at the ripple effect, so that you're forewarned that you could end up avoidable by the city, void if the taxpayer brings necessary and just keep that in mind. Right, short term, we could probably deal with it, but.
This is not a short-term thing, that
Well,
part's gonna be there for a while.
The document as written hasn't been in.
Doug had something to say.
Yes. Background, and I won't address, I'm sorry, just to address the sewer line and the water line, we did do some pretty extensive searches over a course of about 4 months to look for the documents, how those lines were installed, and what agreement was made with the city. I have not been able to find those. Lou's had people looking through the records as well. It may be, some of those council minutes that got lost in the flood years back, I don't know. There is a sewer line that runs east to west across there that currently services the McDonald's site, that would also service the site. And that water line has been there, I believe, correct me, Lou, since the mid-seventies? Is that correct? Okay, I'm sorry. Correct me, Lou, I think that water line's been there since the mid-seventies.
Yes, the last documentation that we could find.
Okay, so that's just some background to that. Those are historic lines that have been in place, but I can't bring a document to you showing how it was installed.
They're 50 years old. So the odds of us having to possibly dig one of them up more than outstanding, I would say. Julia, you have something?
I do. If, Roland, what ventured with, Starbucks to reroute the line, and they paid for the rerouting with a grant for development grant. Would that be setting a precedent?
No, working with companies is fine. It's just that this 50-year-old line is gonna fail sometime or another. Sometime. When it does, we'll have to fix the line, pay for who knows how much for a parking lot. And I can tell you, a parking lot is, I've owned some, they're $100,000. I don't care how you cut it. The other thing of it is if we do reroute that, I mean, if we could get a grant and do that in a timely fashion, I just don't know if we could get the grant in time and just like that. Councilman Smith?
We have in the past applied for and received community development block grants, basically like the Burger King, but it was at that time. It was for roads and, sites and improvement to that area down there. So the city had a benefit for doing that. And then in return, they promised, employment of so many people, on a permanent basis. So that's how we did that through Wyoming Business Council. There's a possibility out there that we could look into rerouting, where there's a grant for it. And, even go to Councilman Garner's suggestion, because if you look at this property, it's ideal for development in the future. And our airport road properties are right down the road from it, so if we could look at this as a bigger picture, economic development picture, that, something to help where we're not out on the line with our, fund money, but being an economic development grant of some kind.
What I was gonna suggest is that something that won't lock us into a precedent for repeating this someone else, but this is. How long does it take to get those community development grants?
Well, right now, they're not even looking at what we've already got on the table, because I don't know the reason, but they gave us a letter that they can't review them at this time. Not review, but they're not discussing them for granting them. We have over, $15 million worth of grants out there we've applied for. But this would be a different kind of grant through Wyoming Business Council. And it would be a matter of putting all of the engineering together and deciding how far we want to take this.
This water line costs $25,000, and I don't know. But maybe we ought to look at what it's gonna cost to start with, and see if these developers, like any other developer, would agree to pay for it. If we put in a subdivision, and there's a man here that's put in some, we expect him to do the streets, curb, gutters, and such like that. There's certain things that have to happen. Also take you to places in our town where we have let developers kind of slide. And if you want to, have your teeth knocked out, drive north of the old Kentucky Fried Chicken on that dirt road that was allowed to develop there, and that road's a mess. You'll get stuck in it in the middle of the summer when it rains. Those are some of the problems with substandard development. Next thing is if there was no future, risk to the city, that's different, but $5,000 water line could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, asphalt and landscaping is very expensive, and for us to do anything but the exact right thing, and that is either relocate the line or get Starbucks to understand that we have to fix our line, an easement's an easement. I mean, we just can't cross that line. I would fight that tooth and nail, I'm just telling you. That's just me. Councilman Martinez?
I guess my question was, I want to said, reroute that, what was the cost on that?
Well, nobody knows yet. But
Seems like to me that if opportunity to reroute it, put that line up to the property line, their responsibility. Probably enough if they could split the cost.
right, but if we reroute it to around there, but then and then the next one gets developed, bouncing away again. I mean, I'd wanna know more about it, but
Yeah.
I don't mind expending some things from the city to make this happen. But make us obligated to fix the parking lots, not the option I would. There's other options, that's not one. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, real quick, Cody, you deal with the water system and stuff, so is this, this line that's on Mahoney Street, right, behind there, it don't show on this map, right? But then, where's this, line crossing through there? Is that Mahoney Street line stop prior to this? Cause my understanding, this is a main line.
That's 12 inch, I believe.
And this applies what other businesses does this apply?
No, without my maps, I couldn't tell you, because I'm not sure what's on that, where that it offshoots into, and where that V-gas used to be and all that industrial area back there. I'm sure it supplies that whole section back there. It's part of that system. So it's all the shops that are back in there on industrial.
So in the future, with the development of this, these lots, I know you guys are only concerned with lot number 2, right? But lot 1, it shows that there's a, 40-foot wide public and private utility easement there that I know that they were talking about developing a road in the future. Do they plan on developing that straight through back to Mahoney as a road and subdividing that out? Because, I mean, at that point in time, I mean, that's where I could see where redirecting that line straight back to Mahoney, as long as that's gonna be a street through and not some open parking lot later, that might be a option for later.
Doug, I think you can help answer some of that.
Councilman Weisenberg, to my knowledge at this point, that 40-foot strip was, allotted to allow for future development, and there isn't a site plan put together for that, because they were proposing to build to suit to a developer at that time. And the proposed easement on the plat was to, facilitate a route for both of these lines. And so the plat needs to be on hold, but there's no site plan for that remaining acreage, because it's a build-to-suit type situation.
Right. Councilman, Vice Mayor Little, sorry.
Can I just clarify what we're actually gonna vote?
Well, to either table it or again, or not, or what.
So if we voted yes, that would project forward?
May I comment that will address your
Yeah.
question? Correct me if I'm incorrect, Ron, but last time I spoke with, Ron and his son, they weren't interested in getting the plat approved unless the easement issue was resolved, because if it's resolved as we presented it, we likely don't have a deal with Starbucks, and therefore they wouldn't want to be locked in with that parcel. That might limit their ability to develop for somebody else. So noted on your position on the easement, there's a difference of opinion, and Wyoming law is different than a lot of other states we deal in. I've learned that tonight. I'll pass that on to Starbucks and see what they say. I've already kind of gone through that what-if scenario with them, and their position is using the language. That deal, right, at this location. It generally, easement lines go around lot lines, not right through the middle of them. Public utility easements surrounding lot lines are very common, because then you can put utilities in landscape areas that are much cheaper. Right, so, that's everything. I think you know my position, I know yours, I respect that, and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Councilman Smith?
I just wanna say we're not against the project, we're just trying. And then on the motion, I think if table just said we don't know, then it's remain table. Is that?
Already voted to table it.
No, we
never
never voted.
No, we didn't vote.
You didn't.
We're just discussing.
Oh, then you vote no, and it just stays. Or
So
stays
we're
table.
we want it to.
So then in the future, if they wanna come back and have the plat as approved by the. All you have to do is.
Thank you for.
Okay, so if we vote yes, then it gets untabled. Then we can move on. If we vote no, then it stays tabled.
Okay.
So is there any more discussion before I open online vote? Right, and the reason I don't wanna kill it, I wanna leave it tabled, is to offer an opportunity for you to come back. Come up with another solution that might be more favorable. Any more more discussion? Please open online voting then.
Online voting is open.
Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Online voting has closed, the motion fails, 7 nays and no nays.
Thank you. All right, next thing on our, agenda tonight is discussion of the ice skating rink.
Honorable Mayor,
Thank you,
Council.
Jason. I'm sorry, I'm staring at you like you're supposed to hear me say something.
Staff has met with Andrew Capilla, with the Rollins Raptors Hockey Club on a few occasions. Activating the ice rink across from the recreation center. Staff is in support of assisting the Raptors with the operation of an ice rink. And our initial discussion or concern was, working on developing an MOU or an agreement with the Raptors and also seeking legal advice before opening up the public. The main reason for that is we have non-city owned ice rink that sits on city property. At the January 4th council meeting, some of the council members expressed some interest in seeing what we can do to work with the club to get some ice down there. So we met again with Andrew and a couple members of the club to kind of talk about what it would really require from the city as well as from their club and what they would be willing to do. We also met with legal, and I believe legal is in the beginning process of drafting an agreement between the city of Rollins and the Raptors. Also wishes we could bring that, I believe, at the February 1st meeting.
Actually, I already have a draft of it. What we talked about, somehow we need to have that ice rink all under the city's liability cover. And the best way to do that is our land, the city's land, Raptors Club personal property. So if we enter into a short-term, their personal property, where the city's in control of that, falls under our insurance. Another recreation. So we take care of the liability concern. And then we can allow the Raptors Club to schedule time, ice time, as well. So it's a pretty simple, that you can have an ice, have liability coverage, liable if we're negligent.
I can't wait to go myself.
No, and then, and I need to be deferred to, I mean, I don't know if the hockey club has liability insurance to activity. I would think that they can be named. Really a pretty simple arrangement, like for 3 months. How it works, and then ahead next year.
Sounds like a draft.
I already have a draft lease.
Be ready to come before council at the February 1st meeting.
Well, one thing I would like to say, and I don't think the other councilors may know this, but the club is a 501c3 in good standing with us. It is still a club.
And they've provided me with that documentation as well.
Do they have a rider's insurance policy?
I don't know, I was gonna invite Andrew up here, in a moment. I don't know what their current status of membership, if they do, but I believe in the past they have, when you have teams playing on the, so I think that's a possibility. The other
part of this is prior to opening up, we felt we need to do an inspector rink for safety, especially if the city's temporary ownership to inspect it for safety. There are a few items that need to be addressed. There's some, galvanized pipe that's exposed. There's a few breaks in the, like, on the boards, the plastic boards, the barriers, and then a few of them are not attached. But we did meet with Andrew, last week, I think, late last week, and they're fully willing to help us, make those repairs to make the, that makes us feel. The other concerns we had, I should say not concerns, are the other, requirements of the city would be the snow removal and things like that during snowstorms. We do have other priorities, during snowstorms, which is why I think in the agreement, we would want to reserve the right to close the rink, have a way to close the rink if we. There's other things we need to do prior to getting it started. Like I said, the Raptors Club had offered to help with portions of it. We need to get a backhoe down there to remove the ice, the snow ice over the drift. South and the east side of the rink has ice over, so we'd have to pull it away from the boards, backhoe, and use a skid steer. The one concern that Andrew and I talked about when we were walking out there is the weather that we have now, and floating water to create ice. And so the first step really is to have a frost or a freeze in the ground surface so that when you float that first layer of water, it soaks up in the ground, that hard surface. Then you go out and float water again. It would be, we would require some time from the fire department to hook up to a fire hydrant that's not too far, but they would probably have to go 4 or 5 separate occasions, 5 hours of time to float that water, because that hose you can't just turn it on and walk away. There's some grading that we looked at that, you know, there could be 4-inch differences in a few of the grading. I think it was all done by eye. And this year, if the weather does permit and the weather allows us to try to get some ice, water down and some ice down, I think prior to that, we would need to get a backhoe or something down there to try to do a little bit better. So if weather permits, not looking really that promising, but one, I guess, question for council is to seek direction. If council would like, between now and February 1st, when we would approve the agreement, would you like staff to utilize resources to start clearing the rink? And I'd like to add to this, other than the snow, which the snow removal right now, the drift is not a big amount of time. The minor grading, the fixing of the rink, the repairs to make it safety is not a waste of time, even if Mother Nature says, no, we're not gonna drop down to a low enough temperature for you to ice down, because it would put us in an advantage next. If there's anything else, somebody had a question?
Jody was behind you with her hand up.
Yeah.
If I may, Jason gets to be the good cop, I get to be the bad cop. I do wanna say is, I would thoroughly enjoy, ice rink myself. I remember living in Single Springs, and ice skating, and I thoroughly loved it. However, I would be derelict in my duties if I didn't caution you that there are consequences to this. And not only the extra rider, the cost of the water, it is potable water, and there is a cost to that. I believe there is additional staff time that would have to be put towards this. If not adding new staff, I don't know. But I would recommend, and of course, it's at your pleasure, but I would recommend in this year, if we could take a step back and determine what those additional costs are to fix it up and all of this, and if it's personal property, the city do that. So I do have some concerns about the monetary side, our audit fund and everything. I know we have some money, but I don't know who has what money. And we can't keep borrowing from the reserves because they will. And that is just my concern.
I'll tell you what my motivation for getting this going is. 85 or 95% of the expenses by a group. They're willing to let the city use their assets. There's so little to do to finish this project. I would much rather take other projects that we have not started on and at least give this a try. Now, once you put your first lift in it, you might find other things that make you go, oh man, it ain't gonna happen this year, I understand that, but, you know, we want community involvement, we want community pride. There's nothing more prideful than for somebody like that young man back there to drive past there and see people skating and knowing he made that happen. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't wanna give an empty checkbook here, but, nothing that was described that needed done with that rink, is gonna drain the cash register, and I think that between now and the end of this winter, we can get things figured out to where next winter we can have a really nice ice skate. That's just where I'm at. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, you said there's some, expenses with water. I don't know what expenses it has with water if we're hooking to our fire hydrant.
Because it's potable water.
So
So
we
there is
pay for our own water at those facilities?
Well, one of the things that I have to look at, and this is the department, the facilities do not pay for their own water. And we know that absent the audit, that there is no money. And it puts an added burden to it. Now, like I said, it's at your pleasure, but it's my job to caution you on some of this. It's up to you.
So
How many
I
gallons of water does
wanna,
it take?
wanna
10,000 gallons? I have no idea.
So my thought is this, is we're not in a water restriction in the middle of winter, we're okay to use that water, right? I think if the club is willing to put in some time and sacrifice their personal time and, help out with the repairs and stuff, there's a facility in place right now, they're willing to sign a lease or whatever it is we need to make this agreement happen. They're willing to do that. We have an opportunity for a recreational program, to be successful again. I think we need to get it done as soon as possible. I see that, that it says, checking the snow and stuff out there. The last council meeting, the individual said he would help with shoveling snow, so that would reduce costs there too. So we gotta look at a lot of different options, but I mean, as far as the way I feel is, I think $10,000 is, minimal compared to what we've spent. You know, so I wanna just get it done.
Vice Mayor Wells?
I just wanna point out that they've built this thing almost every year, right, Andrew? Several years.
3 or 4 years, but since
Yeah.
2004 when we first had it.
So,
I think 2014 was the last year that water system.
so, I mean, we've done it in the past, it's nothing new, it's not a new process. So the financial aspect doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah.
Well, in a four-wheeler with a snowplow, I mean, there's volunteers that would probably help with the maintenance of it. And for all those years, Andrew, did you ever have to have assistance from the city for all those other years? Or did your club pretty much take care of
Did then, but now we have.
I think if we get it going, we could get back up to 50 people.
Something that, somebody who was with Andrew at the last council meeting, he said something that made a lot of sense to me, and asked, the club only has a few members, and then the comment was, well, it's hard to have members if we don't have ice. That kind of made sense. If I could address, the financial cost, maybe in a different way, so for me, it's more of if there's a heavy snow event, our staff's busy clearing, and all these other facilities, and so that would be my only thing, but with the help of their crew, if they're able to get to it
when the event happens, their equipment will probably do better, wouldn't you think? The reason it's iced over right now is because, well, there was no ice, there was no huge motivation, there was no agreement with the city to go out and, you know, keep removing drifts and doing that work unless we're gonna put ice down. So I think if you guys would have approached it before allowing it to ice over, their equipment might have worked, so I feel comfortable there. I just I feel like I should let the council know of not the burden, but the additional responsibility. I'm not saying that it's not complete. I'd like to address the grading. I put some thought into this. I don't remember if I talked to you about this, Andrew, but, you know, we have maybe 4 inches. We can get out there and do the best we can with our eye. And my thought was, and I don't know, Cody, with your background, if you have any input, I think we need to, you know, get the ground saturated, get it frozen, and then float an inch of water, have the fire department do that, and then float, maybe it come back a day or two after it froze, float another inch. We can take a look then and see what dirt is exposed at that point. We could come and scrape and remove that dirt at that point, get it level, and then float another inch, let it freeze, float another inch, let it freeze, and float the skate. That's what we can do without really shooting grade and doing a very good job, which we could do in the off-season for next year. So next year, we're pretty good on that, but I think there is a way to do it this year if Mother Nature allows the temperatures to put the water down and have it ice over.
I'd like to see at least try it this year, just for one reason, that is troubleshooting for next year, because if it does need graded, people like myself, I have my own transit and whatnot, and I'd go spend a few days helping them figure out where the high spots are, and for that matter, I own my own tractor, I do help. I mean, those are things, I bet we could get a piece of equipment donated, for use for an afternoon from, Wyoming Rents or somebody like that too. So if we could just try it this year, so we, you know, it's kind of like finding a junk car out in the pasture. Let's try to start it and then decide.
If I could add, sorry.
Go ahead and add, and then I'll.
Okay, I just want to add, that the club has proven motivation to get things going, because they did bring their equipment. Did you have a skid steer? What did you do to remove the?
Snow blower.
No,
Yeah, we rented a skid steer, got a transit.
yeah, because there was weeds this tall all throughout that, so they have shown us that they're willing to do the work. I just.
Have two questions. LTLP probably, because we're with an outside organization, a writer on the LTLP of the city. And also, Cody, going to potable water, that storage, the storage tanks are fairly full at this time, but
We are using some of it right now because we're on the well line right now, but since we get these big fish, we have a pipe leaking water out there right now. That could easily supply all this as soon as in a couple.
so are you asking for a couple weeks lead time before they?
By the time they get it prepped and ready, we should have enough water.
So it's not gonna draw down from those tanks?
No, not more than it already is right now.
Last thing I would like to add, unless there's other questions, is, our recreation department does like this idea. We wouldn't have time probably this year, but if we were moving forward for next year, we would certainly be looking at programs, Mommy, Daddy, and Me Skate. Things like that. It's right across the street from the rec center, so it all makes sense. And I don't think there's a wrong decision we can make tonight. I think it comes down to, if council's pleasure, we can spend that time between now and start making those improvements need to be made for next year anyway, so it's not really wasting our time. And while we're at it, we can just pull that ice out if necessary. February 1st, bring that agreement to council, and February 2nd, you know, maybe ahead of time, I can talk to Blaine and his we're out there the day after, following the council meeting, if weather permits. And Andrew, do you have anything you want to add? Let's come up.
Council, all the attachments between the boards were PVC, so, we are going to go the around Raptor, they're gonna go to, all the department stores in town, the hardware stores, and see if they can donate some conduit or some pipe that we can place in. And if not, we'll purchase it ourselves, so there'll be no cost to the city. We've already purchased a, electric sawzall, battery-powered sawzall, so we can cut the rest of the pipes off that are exposed, and we're gonna do that ourselves. So no cost to the city there. At this point, I think it's probably too late in the year to try to add water. Especially if we're gonna talk about February first. The weather is not consistently cold enough. I mean, it almost hit, I think, 40 degrees the last couple days. So I don't wanna waste the city's time on trying to put water out there, but definitely any work that we do, will benefit next season. And we're gonna try to talk to County Weed and Pest and see if they can get, Roundup for us. If not, we'll purchase it ourselves and get some pre-emergent spray for the weeds, so we don't have to tackle this again next season. And, then with grading, if we can get city's help or even others, we tried to do it ourselves, but the skid steer is not wide enough to try to get a good grade. And far better than what it was, it took out a few inches. Guys, taking your time and happening for us.
Appreciate all your work. It's awesome that you would be willing to open up that facility to the public. And I've always wondered, why in Rollins do we not have an ice skate rink? Of all places not to have an ice skate rink.
I asked myself the same question, and I drive by it.
Yeah, well, thank you for all your work.
I was gonna, real quick, Andrew had touched base on, spraying for weeds and stuff. We spray for weeds at the ball field, so is that something that could just be jumped right over there to help out with that situation too?
Yeah, we talked about that. This next spring, we're gonna be more diligent about our weed, control. Our park superintendent has his pesticide applicator license, and all of our staff are going through that program and stuff. So, talked about that with Andrew and offering to even just get it donated, and maybe our staff could take a lot less time spraying.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. All right, next thing on our agenda, I'm sorry, Councilman Smith. Next thing on our agenda is, an executive session. Councilman Smith.
I move that we go into executive session for Wyoming statute 164405 to 9 and 3 to consider and seek any information classified as confidential on matters concerning litigation which the party or proposed litigation to which the governing body may be a party. It is 10:42.
I would second.
There's been a motion and made and seconded to go into executive session at, 10:43. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, not all in favor. Open online voting. What am I saying?
Down, my bad.
Online voting is open.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Yes.
Now, I've got the number of which guy we need to call down there from,
Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Bye, Aaron. So.